Wake up with a smile when it's the Siders on the dial. Bring cheer all day, he's the one who makes it sway.
Hits the air with style, morning radio wild. Cider's voice so clear, fills the morning with good cheer.
Mr. Sider,
Good morning, good morning.
start your day with joy dawning. Wake up now, don't be late. Sun is rising, feeling great.
Coffee brews and toast is warm. Cider's voice is the daily norm. Smooth and sweet like apple pie, lifts us up and makes us fly.
Radio waves in the air, Mr. Sider always there. Tunes that make us dance around, Mr. C bringing that sound.
Night skyline racing through the night. Atlanta's heart is pounding, feel the city's might. From the Braves to the Ferris wheel, I'm chasing dreams so real. Burning rubber on the pavement, let the wheels reveal. Pushing limits, no turning back. In the city of the Braves, I'm on the attack. Through the streets where the legends play, I'll keep on racing, never fade away. Midnight heat, I'm burning, burning for you. Midnight heat, I'm burning. Up these streets, never give up, never give in. With the power of Christ, I'll take the win. Midnight heat, I'm burning, burning for you. Midnight heat, I'm burning. Up these streets, never give up, never give in. With the power of Christ, I'll take the win.
Yo, Snoop K on the mic. This one for all my time displaced geisha bitches. Yeah. But we back in the day, 16th century, Sengoku era, straight feudal energy. Samurai on the rise, Ganyo in the mix. Oda, total power fixing conflicts quick. Ninja creeping in the shadows, silent and swift. Castles fortified, loyalties the gift. Bushido cold, honest in the heart. Blades clashing, battlefields the art. Same golden times that you wild and crazy sizzle. Samurai life, it's the warlord fizzle. Feudal Japan in the house like a drizzle. History in the rhyme, feel the ancient sizzle.
Before we begin, what do you think of my totally accurate samurai attire?
I would like to see Disney burn another $180 million and go bankrupt.
Yeah.
So someone arrest that man. Arrest him.
Arrest him. Greg.
Yes,
Greg, that's the
video.
Greg is a man that gets it. Thanks, Greg.
Disney is going to assassinate you, and thanks to your terms of service, there's nothing you can do about it.
That's the man who's accepted his death at Disney's contractual hands.
And kneel and be amazed at the touch of the black man. Ooh. I bring life. You're on camera. Say something.
Last night and night before, there was 3 women walking down the street that way. I saw them. I said, hey, you 3 women, why are y'all walking down the street that way? There's nothing down there. And they flew away. I saw them with some birds.
Rescue soldier! Cosmic tide we soar, bound by duty and ready for more. No shadow can outshine our flame. On the front lines we stake our claim. Hearts ignited, fearless and true, charging forward, breaking through. are, no fear too great. From every life we'll navigate. Strength in numbers, bonds of steel. Every moment our mission's real. Burning horizon, blazing fast. Racing through the stars, unsurpassed. On the edge where legends collide. Together we fight, side by side. The meteors and gravity's pull. Our resolve is powerful. No retreat, we rise, we shine. Fate bends to the brave design. Burning horizon, unchained free. A rescue forged in destiny. United we stand, the mission is clear. Victory's ours, we persevere. With firing dice, the bond stays strong. Starling squadron, we carry on. The stars remember the lives we saved. In the vast expanse, our path is paved.
Black shirts coming, stop running, running. Black shirts coming, stop running, running.
Somebody's got a lot of money.
Wide awake from the sleep, lessons of the past are repeat. Wide awake from the sleep, lessons of the past are repeat. Wide awake from the sleep, lessons of the past are repeat. We rising, no holding us back. We worldwide moving as attack on the streets to the heights. We only attack, they try to hold us down. Put your money on black, money on black, money on black, money on black, money on black.
Yeah, that's right. Take a look at this right here. These are the suits that went yesterday, okay? This auction hasn't started yet. I wanted to get started a little bit early so we can talk about this. And these are the Cosmic Fury suits. They are not for sale, sold just yet. These are the current bids on them. They have not gone through just yet. Dino Fury suits have not gone through yet. These are the suits that they're bidding on. They're like still open to be, bid upon. And so we'll keep an eye on this stuff. But I wanted to go through and take a look at all this stuff before it goes up for sale today. It's been going for some pretty crazy prices. Yesterday, that would be Amy Jo Johnson, the Pink Ranger from the Mighty Morphin series. Her suit that was originally worn in 1995 in the original, 1993, my apologies, in the original MMPR series, that went for $18,000 yesterday. And there was one lone bidder that purchased the entirety of the SPD collection. So there is a theory going around that there is one or more bidders that are attempting to build a privately owned Power Rangers museum. Now that this stuff's being liquidated, I don't really know of another reason to have it, unless you're going to, put it in one of those sealed cases. We got Frank Scott here, and he asked, can we own the dead PR stuff? Yeah, apparently there's going to be an auction of broken stuff soon that Heritage Auctions did not want to offer alongside the, collector's quality stuff that they're issuing here. So there's like a broken, dinged, and dented auction coming up soon of stuff from Power Rangers. We've seen a few chest pieces that aren't available. We've seen a few monster pieces that have had parts that aren't present, that are present on screen. So I'm guessing that's where some of the broken stuff is. It's also quite a few of the morphers are missing, so those are probably broken. Again, like you're running around doing kung fu moves with this stuff, and sometimes you're crossing with like wooden swords that have been painted to look like metal. And yeah, upon your average plastic morpher that was, not made to withstand being struck with what is a baseball bat, it probably did kind of, crumple zone and cause some owie in the process. So quite a few of the morphers probably bid it in the end because of just the general use of what they are. So, yep. And we have Sakura Mita here saying, konnichiwa. Well, konnichiwa to you too. And as I said at the top of this, we could take a look at what's going on. So if you're wondering why the Cosmic Fury suits are so expensive, it would appear to be that the fans are not sold on the idea of these these suits existing, I guess. I'm not quite sure what's driving it other than the pure hatred, the pure disgust for the Power Rangers Cosmic Fury series. What happened is that the actress that portrays Amelia, the red Cosmic Fury Ranger, she went out onto Instagram, I believe. I think it was Instagram or Twitter, or X, excuse me. Instagram or X, I'm not sure. One or the other. And went on there and explained that she wanted to buy it and wanted people to not interfere with that, asked that people not interfere. And, I guess people decided to interfere to great effect, in fact. And there's no way that this young lady, I think her name is Hunter Deno. I think I'm pronouncing that right. It's Hunter Deno. And I don't believe this lady has 13,000 smackaroonies to just lay down on a suit that has no functional use in her life beyond sitting in a nice case in her living room alongside, family photos, I guess. So the other thing is that they are not selling the hammer separate for this suit. They are selling it as a package deal. And so the whatever the name of this hammer is, this unit will be packaged with the suit. So whoever purchases the suit for $13,000 at this time, might be more later, they will be getting this hammer as well. That entirely makes zero sense with the premise of what Cosmic Fury was. And why this is there, I'll never know, because I don't recall a time in Power Rangers history when lightning bolt from the logo was incorporated into the canon universe. The universe itself. It's very strange. I'm not sure that they called themselves the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, did they? Did they ever call themselves the Mighty? Oh, you are the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I don't remember them calling them that. It could have happened, because I wasn't a Mighty Morphin guy. You'll have to let me know. But I'm not a Mighty Morphin guy, so I don't recall them ever saying that they were the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. They always called themselves the Power Rangers, Because, again, they're the first, there are no other Power Rangers, And Luigi the Metal 64 has a statement here, and he says, glad that Glitter Force is being lost media. Pretty Cure deserves worldwide respect on the Japanese source. Oh, sure. That's a Sentai-based anime is Pretty Cure. And so, yeah, absolutely. It's, again, the American adapters don't necessarily understand what they're doing. They look at this Japanesey stuff and they feel kind of invalidated by it because they didn't think of it first. And so they want to smash it into their very mundane ideas rather than just simply move the language over. Time and time again, when you think about top tier Power Ranger series, aside from In Space, most of them are one-to-one retellings of the Super Sentai footage. Time Ranger and Time Force are almost inseparable. Almost. And when you get down to, what was the other one that was almost a one-to-one with the Sentai? I wanted to say it was right around that time, too. SPD, Deca Ranger, almost a one-to-one. The characters are just a tad bit different, especially Sam, but the flow of the show and what's going on, pretty similar. And again, when you embrace what the Sentai was doing, what do you know? The show tends to work pretty well. It's just when they want to go in there and stink things up like they did with Operation Overdrive that it just gets very messy. And Sakuramita says, I'll be damned if I was right yesterday on the price. That's true. I mean, it probably will go even higher. We watched that Doggy Kruger animatronic suit head situation there, that whole thing, go for something like 20,000, I think is what it was. Because it was the opening bid on it was like 10K, so... and that's where this is. This has been bid up before the auction all the way up to 12,000 in order to get in on it. And once again, inexplicably, Chase's suit here, the Black Cosmic Fury Ranger suit, is up to 13,000 to advance the bid. And again, inexplicably, because there's absolutely... Let's take a closer look at the suit. We'll take a closer look at it this time. So, getting up on it. And so you can see there's just this incredibly unremarkable thing with this foam body cavity thing going on. And I'm not sure. It must be another instant. Again, here's the logo lightning bolt being plastered all over the suit. It just doesn't make any sense at all in the canon of the universe. But whatever. Who cares? It's not like Simon Bennett's ever heard of the word canon in his life anyway. So this whole situation is just a big mess. And of course, the marble morpher that they had there, the fun Super Ball morpher that you flicked on your thumb and just absolutely made no sense. But they, somebody somewhere was paid to make these suits, and you got to appreciate the fact that they at least got paid to to make this thing. Like there's like Rhea Soldier got smashed up with some iParty thing, like they were just some Chinese bootleg. This is not Power Rangers. It's something totally different. I promise. It's very ridiculous. But and of course, his weapon will come with this as well. The for lack of a better term, I think they were calling this the Power Axe. I think this is what they were calling it, even though the original Mighty Morphin weapon for the Mastodon Ranger was the Power Axe. But who knows? Who knows? Kenneth Renz Domingo is here, and he says, I have horrible news. Sony is in talks on acquiring Kadokawa. This is very bad. Sony would have a good chunk of the Japanese novel in manga pie if the deal goes through. Yep. Grums was talking about that earlier today, about that acquisition. It's pretty intense, pretty intense. But again, there's nothing that can be done about it. If they want it and a contract can be signed, they they can't be stopped. They're going to do it. So that's how it's going to work. You got to understand, this is the problem, right? As much as we adore these things like Dragon Ball and all these other stuff, it is kind of old, isn't it? It's been around since the 70s. How many more times is Goku going to get his ass thrashed by, Ape King Vegeta? Ozaru Vegeta. How many times? It's one of those things where, like, it's a tilling of the soil. These companies, these concepts, these dramas, it's all time for them to change and have new things rise out of it, And this is why Power Rangers is going the way of the dodo. As I keep confirming with people over and over and over again, in and out of the fandom, it's not that Power Rangers is necessarily a failed concept. It's the execution of it over the past decade or more, really, that has killed the appeal of it globally. It didn't evolve. Similarly, most of these properties that are being bought up by Sony and these mega corporations and turned into puppets for propaganda, they've kind of gone that way too. They haven't evolved. They've just kind of stayed to what worked and have gotten pretty stale because of it. And again, I'm not saying that Dragon Ball is a boring thing by any measure, but, Dragon Ball Super is a little drawn out, and Dragon Ball Daima appears to be Akira Toriyama's love letter to Dragon Ball, the original series, but with the Dragon Ball Z cast. So I can't say that I disapprove of Daima, but it's another one of those examples of, like, what do you go from here? What do you do from here? You just have Goku grow back up again and do all that stuff all over again? Or do you issue a new story? Do you let a new character become this new central focus of, what is to be Eastern fandom? Do you allow that? I don't know. And that's what they're facing, just as we're facing it. This is why Power Rangers is going away. It's time for something new to rise up out of that. I'd like it to be what I've created, the Rescue Soldiers, but I don't know. I don't see any fault in sticking a helmet on a guy, a standard superhero like Batman, and sending him out to fight invaders from space. I don't understand where the concept fails, but here in the West, we are, like, allergic to the concept of man in helmet. We prefer man on horse. We prefer man with gun. We prefer man with sword. We prefer man with wand. But we do not prefer man with helmet. And I am very confused by this. I don't understand. Okay, man with thing is fine, but not man with helmet. It seems to be the handheld implement is the preferred modifier of superheroes here in the West, not what they have on their heads. But of course, the Beetleborgs Metallics helmet is available here as well. Now, this was not initially used for that purpose. This helmet, I believe, was from the Beetleborg series and then reused again in the these helmets, rather. There's a couple of them. Yeah, the gold Beetleborg up here. He's cool. Where did he go? There he is. That was always my favorite. Was the gold Beetleborg guy? He had the coolest get up, that fella. And so these were reused for Forever Red when the Machine Empire's generals returned to the moon to raise Serpentera, which was Lord Zed's evil Zord that he had created to fight the Mighty Morphin Thunder Megazord. And yeah, I just know all of this. It's in my head. And now they're selling it all off. What do you do with this, right? What happens when you have all this trilogy for a dead franchise? What do you do? You write a book, right? Well, I don't think anybody's going to care, is the thing. It's a Power Rangers book. That's neat. It's one of those things where they just killed off any interest even going over the autopsy of the franchise. That's the other thing. Just killed off any interest in anybody sitting down to find out what is exactly the Power Rangers franchise to begin with and what went wrong with it, But it is what it is, What are we going to do? I don't know. They'll figure it out. They'll come up with something new. Currently, these helmets, as a collection of 4 helmets, that's right. This is that guy, that lady character, and that guy. And yeah, there's 4 of them. So there you go. Anyway, there's these characters that are available for purchase right now. This is a bundled piece. In order to take these things home, if you were to purchase it at $8,500 currently, that would be $10,625 to walk out the door with them after the buyer's premium is paid. And so, I don't know, you got that kind of dough to spend on Beetleborg helmets, if it meant that much to you, sure, they're here, and they're for sale as a bundle. Not the armors. I'm judging by what happened, by what we're looking at these helmets as, is that the final day of filming of the Beetleborgs, they went hog wild with these things. And then, of course, they were reused again in the Forever Red special. And so they probably were beaten up even more in that gravel pit that was supposed to be the moon. But, oh, yeah, there's one of them. I think that's one of the generals, isn't it? Yeah. That's one of the generals. There it is. And that one's taking quite a bit of damage, too. Here's the green Beetleborgs helmet. Remember him? No, that's not the green Beetleborg. That's another guy. That's one of the special ones. The Buddyborgs or something. Yeah. There. This is the one that has... Yep. This is the one that has... There it is. There's the green Beetleborg. I remember him. You remember the green Beetleborg guy? He was cool. He did stuff. Yeah. And then there was Lady Beetleborg. I don't really remember what was going on with that one. The Jay Leno ghost kind of steals my recollection of the show. I don't remember much else other than there were a bunch of bachelor monsters living in this house, and there were a bunch of children just inexplicably taking care of them. And I don't understand really why they would... Do you guys remember what the Beetleborgs were up to? Because there were evil monsters that were in some warehouse, and they didn't like the good monsters who were all the Hollywood Universal monsters, plus Jay Leno, who was stuck in an organ. Right? That's what Flabber? That's what Flabber was, right? He was stuck in an organ, right? Gosh, the Beetleborgs. Let's see if we can find something that's not copyright hell to look at. Beetleborgs. The Beetleborgs had a really strange premise, Does this talk about it at all? Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll see what happens. So, just take a look at this. So, this is the intro for the Beetleborgs TV show, and I don't quite remember this one, so you'll have to bear with me. Remember this?
3 typical average kids love to read their comic strips. Got their wish and they became big bad Beetleborgs.
There's Dracula in this one. Dracula was in this one? Yeah, that's stuck in your head for the rest of the day. Good luck getting that out of your head. You're going to be standing at the countertop making yourself a sandwich a little later, and your hips going to start shaking. Big bad Beetleborgs. Wait, this. Okay, that. It's Marshall Hilton. I thought that was Tom Green. I thought that guy in the middle with the crazy hair was Tom Green. I was like, what is Tom Green doing in a children's show? It's like a spirit store advertisement. What's a Jawa doing here, by the way? It's like a Jawa found his way into the Beetleborgs. I don't know. There's something about giant bug tanks flying over the top of a farm that just kind of, I don't know. It's a little strange, isn't it? It's a little weird, right? I don't know. But, oh, Bowsette's here. Howdy. We're just kind of going over what's still available at the auction, and I couldn't remember what the hell went on in the Beetleborgs. The Jay Leno ghost kind of stole my memory of the show. Like, that was all there was. Luigi says, Tom Green, he was in all that? Tom Green was on all that? Oh, no. Man, the 90s were weird, man. Thank God they issued the child rating system. Holy cow. Yeah, Spirit Halloween threw up all over Power Rangers. That's what happened here. I don't know, man. Like, after a while, you'd ask yourself, like, why do these giant beetle-themed attack vehicles keep coming and going from this abandoned haunted house? There's 3 children that just inexplicably hang out in this haunted house all day, where these 3 giant beetle-themed assault vehicles are coming and going from. I'm sure they're not connected at all. 90s TV, man, it was an absolute trip. But again, this was another Hayam Saban attempt to cash in on tokusatsu from Japan. I don't remember what this is over there. It was Beat. So I'll find what it was. The Japanese version of Beetleborgs. What was that? What was it called? It was B Fighter. Juko, B Fighter. And yeah, no ghosts. Dracula doesn't show up in that one. What do you know? Dracula doesn't show up in that one. Yeah, you can see it right here, what I'm looking at. This is the Japanese version of Beetleborgs. It's a 1995 tokusatsu television series called Juroku B Fighter. The show is about 3 Earth Academia members who fight against the Jamal Empire. The Jamal Empire. I see why they changed the premise. The action footage and props from Juoko B Fighter were used in the US adaptation of Big Bad Beetleborgs. B Fighter is part of Toei's Metal Hero series franchise. The series has a sequel called B Fighter Kabuto, and that's where the metal suits, the metallic suits came from. So now we know. Yeah, to further woke up Japanese media. Yep, that's what's going to happen with Sony. Why is Sony buying it? Well, see, the problem is that Sony right now... Oh, I forgot. I don't have my cam... Whoops. I have the wrong camera equipped. Hold on just a moment, please. Playing around with different settings here. My fault. I didn't have my camera on. Hi, I've been here the whole time, and I just didn't turn my camera on because I have the biggest brain. The biggest. It's the whole Jay Leno ghost thing with Big Bad Beetleborgs. Just my brain starts to melt when I'm trying to think about how did they come up with that and why did they come up with that? Like, again, like someday we should do a retrospective on Beetleborgs, right? Like we should sit down and actually like, how? Who thought that was a good idea and how did it last as long as it did? But why is Sony buying Kadokawa? The obvious answer is because they're power mad and they are jealous of the Sparkling Zero series and they want to make sure that everything is theirs. However, The not so obvious answer is that Sony has had a period now of crapping all over Japanese media. And what they've done is that they will purchase Japanese studios and close them. There's two Sony executives, Herman and some other dude with weird glasses and a balding head, talking about how Japanese studios are just awful, terrible, awful things. And so this is what Sony's doing. Their plan is to go around and destroy competition. Again, it feeds into what we were talking about with Power Rangers earlier when I was explaining that the Power Rangers series is sort of being mothballed by Hasbro in order to clear out the market for G.I. Joe and Transformers. Consider that Power Rangers has giant transforming robots as well as unique vehicles and unique weapons, just like G.I. Joe and Transformers have. So, you clear out the market by having no competition. You either own it or kill it, or own it and kill it, And that's what you do, because you can make more money per capita on a G.I. Joe because you don't have to create a live action show to sell the Joes. Similarly, with Transformers, you don't really need to keep Transformers in the day-to-day zeitgeist in order to sell the toys. Power Rangers, however, has thrived for this long, or at least until it started to trip on itself, by having a yearly new cast, new toy, new everything, which is incredibly expensive. Unless you're totally tied together as you are with Bandai and how Toei Corporation work together. So that's why Sony is buying all this stuff up, is in order to kill competition. They frankly hate Japanese studios so much, they're going to snuff them out in order to take them out of their purview. I don't want to look at you anymore, Japanese studios, so I'm going to strangle you. And that's what they're doing. Yep. And that's how it goes. So, but we'll look back over here at the auction stuff and get back into it. So, they've got these ones, the Dino Fury. Now, this is the Zed recreation suit that they created for the Dino Fury. And as you can see, he's quite a bit meatier. He's been hitting the old protein powder. He's getting it. He's been hitting the gym quite a bit. Old Zed there, doing some CrossFit. Heaving tractor tires across the lunar surface up there at Rita's Palace. But even he does not command as much money as the original Zed that I believe went for around $9,000. Again, as I said before this auction ever started, that most of these suits, most of these things are going to go for less than the price of a used Honda. All right? A used Honda Civic will cost you more than Power Rangers memorabilia from 2 decades ago. And it blows my mind because when we get down into it, right, when we get down into what's happened here is that this used to be a worldwide phenomenon. This had several movie releases, video game releases. There was just endless merch for Power Rangers. And yet, 20 years, 30 years later, you barely can find a person on the street that's even paid attention to it beyond, when they were children, right? Granted, this may be the goal to attract children, but you should still be producing something that anybody can sit down and enjoy. I mean, I point to the Fairly Odd Parents constantly because I don't know an adult alive that can't sit through an episode and not, let me just make this clear. The Fairly Odd Parents has inside jokes for adults programmed into it, similar to how Dexter's Laboratory had these things. And because of that, adults who are monitoring what their children are watching can enjoy the show while their child does not know what these subtext jokes are meant to mean. So it's one of those things. Not that Power Rangers needed to have the subtext jokes and stuff like that, but the show refused to evolve beyond the PSA, moral at the end, don't do drugs, kids kind of atmosphere that it had. The show kept that right up until this last iteration with Cosmic Fury, and they couldn't do that in that series because it was just a mad dash to the end of the franchise. No other goal was, they had no other goal other than to close out the franchise. That was it. Meant to be over with, And so, once again, you see Billy's suit from the Once and Ollie series, and you can tell already that Hasbro did not bother trying to match the old suit or anything like that. They just found some nice blue spandex. They may have just bought the suit straight off Etsy. I know. I don't know. I don't know if they're above that. I don't know if they're above just buying something off of a costume site and just throwing it up on camera. Because it's really, sometimes you can get better quality stuff from these sites. So, and again, there's Rocky's suit from the recreation, from the Once and Always special from Netflix. And again, as you can see, like they didn't even try matching the colors of the diamonds on the glove, forearm pieces. The forearm pieces to the spandex. They were just like, whatever. It's going to be on screen for like a total of 40 minutes maybe. So we'll just get rid of it, and we'll just do it. Doesn't matter if it matches. Gotta love it. And again, like the Power Rangers RPM suit. This one's for the Red Ranger. I'm not sure why it's been jacked up this high. The other RPM suit jackets went for around. I don't know if they've got to them yet, actually. So I'm not sure. I want to say the RPM already went, but I could be wrong. And of course, the Once and Always MMPR one. Once again, they couldn't be bothered to match the color of the gauntlet pieces to the suit itself. So it's one of those things where it's hit or miss as to whether or not they're doing this stuff for the camera's sake, because the human eye in a still picture, very different receptions of color versus these very expensive, very powerful cameras they make for Netflix shows and things like that. So they register these colors differently on different surfaces. So while the spandex may refract the light at a certain color green in the camera's lens for the camera, the still picture, and it looks weird, the TV camera that was used to make the Once and Always special may have had a different light frequency sensor that allowed for those two greens to look closer than they do in the still picture. I don't think so. I just take Hasbro was like, well, we got to give them something. And ta-da, that's what they did. So once again, though, $3,800 is the current bid on this one. And I don't think it's going to get too much more expensive than that, because it looks like it does not come with the chest piece. That's correct. It does not come with the chest piece. So, if you're okay with an aftermarket chest piece with this, then you can have most of the Green Ranger costume from Once and Always. I don't know. You have to ask yourself if it's even worth it. And of course, they produced the Dragon Dagger for this, and for whatever reason, it's being sold separately. And here it is again, $4,000 for this. You can expect the Dragon Dagger to probably be to go for much more than this. I'd probably say to be close to 10K would be where the Dragon Dagger will be like, probably cashed out at. Because it's versatile. The color of it doesn't particularly matter so long as it's close enough to that emerald green that the original Green Ranger is colored. And that's really all it needs to be. Because it's a prop, it's not particularly important how accurate it is in coloration, provided it's close enough to that green in these very similar, very small parts. And so that'll probably go for a lot of money. It's probably the most detailed one too, I think. I don't think we've seen a more detailed version of this ever in the Dragon Dagger production, even though I don't think it was even used in the special. I don't even think it was used. So, very, very detailed piece, though. So, you could expect this one to go pretty high, close to 10K for this. Again, I think this is the most detailed version of the Dragon Dagger prop I've ever seen. So, we looked at the Beetleborgs helmet, and again, like here's from that Beast Morpher situation. So this is the physical drone kind of robot thing from Beast Morphers, and it's not that it's a like bad piece of machinery, but it's one of those things where like I can't explain why it's going for so much money, and I'm really curious about this machine. So yeah. It's all sealed up, so it appears to be just something that has a limited amount of movement on it. Like, it may be some kind of RC, like, control wheel down here that moves it back and forth, and then inside there's some type of, like a drive shaft that moves the head back and forth that ordinarily would be the controls for the wheels, right? So that way the thing can move on camera and do the necessary things that it's supposed to do for a camera without having a puppeteer in the shot or green screened out of the shot, if you will. And yeah. Geez, these things look rough. My gosh. They are so lucky that they didn't film Beast Morphers in 4K. Holy cow, look at this. This, like, again, like I can make this stuff with my 3D printer. But this was done by a multi-million-dollar production, and it just blows my mind just how, like, taped together, duct tape, very, very limited detail this stuff is, even though it was on camera, dead set front and center with us, you know? Blows my mind. So, but we'll go back over here to the listing. And yeah, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. No, I don't think Sony will buy Toei. Toei is way too big of a company. Sony appears to be chipping away at like mid-sized companies that are given contracts to global distribution, globally distributed properties. And so this way they kind of get a back door into doing Dragon Ball Z as a kind of like they are more present in the process of doing the Sparking Zero stuff. I guess they're going to continue doing these games. So you're going to see more of Sony purchasing these middle ground kind of studios. That's what I think is going on with this. Toei is not something that they want to get involved with because it's not just tokusatsu stuff that they produce. They're also all through video games. They're all through anime. Toei is, it's tough to compare because Japanese companies aren't like US companies. Most US companies, there's only a few mega corporations that operate this way. In Japan, most corporations that are bigger than mom and pop, they operate in a sense of like, look at Mitsubishi, for instance. They do cars, they do toasters, they do TVs, they do agriculture. If it can fit a Mitsubishi logo on it, they are making it, okay? So just that's kind of how this functions. So Toei is in that way kind of the same way. They don't make cars yet, but I'm pretty sure if they got the money together, they'd be getting into making cars as well. It's just how Japanese corporations work. So I think Toei is just a bit too big of a bite for them. Again, Toei's not doing bad right now. The Showa revitalization with their properties appears to be going well, and there's talks of a Shin Super Sentai coming out soon in the vein of Shin Kamen Rider. And so I go back and forth on that because I think the Shin series is just a little too edgy. It feels too much like the DCEU. I liked Kamen Rider Black Sun. I thought that was pretty clever. I thought that was pretty well done. And I think they should lean more into that of like trying to explain the Rider world as a bit more adult, you know, not in, again, like Black Sun is a very, very bleak kind of setting. And I think that's okay given what Black's background is, but not all writers come from such a bleak background. So I don't think that tone is necessary for all of them. But like we saw the Kamen Rider Amazon's story, and that folded out pretty well. I think that did pretty well. And I think that if we were to allow that to happen again, I think that we could probably revitalize more of the Showa era without, you know, bordering into the hyper gore, super over the top indie film stuff that you see in Shin Kamen Rider. I'm not saying it's bad, but I think it could be overdose if you see too much of that. So, but to your core question, no, I don't think Sony will. It's just too big of a bite. Why is Red Dino Fury suit most expensive and most PR prop? Well, what's gone on, as I said, is that Hunter Deno, the actress that portrayed this character that wore that suit, the character's name was Amelia. And so the Cosmic Fury suit, it's not Dino Fury, it's Cosmic Fury. And the red Cosmic Fury suit is so expensive because she said she wanted to buy it. And apparently people are taking their frustration out with that series on that suit, and apparently also the Black Ranger from that series suit as well. Nobody else so far, but that appears to be what's going on here. And unfortunately, it looks like neither of those actors are going to be able to afford those suits. Now, I don't believe that that the Black Ranger had any particular interest in owning that suit, but Hunter Deno, the actress, Hunter Deno did want to own that because they gassed her up into believing that she was the first female Red Ranger, and she's not. She's the third. And it's like it's a little, well, technically, if you go with the comics, she's the fourth. So it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't matter. And they gassed her up on it, and so she thinks it matters. And I guess this is the fans paying her back with that, and that's why it's so expensive. All these prices just depend on who wants it more. It's true. That's how bidding works. Unfortunately, that's how these auctions go. Like we saw yesterday, one guy picked up the entirety of the SPD collection just all by himself, right there. Just bought the whole thing. It's wonderful. Is trying to make Precure less violent, and the Cure is hugging the monster and the shield spamming. Yeah, well, they're trying to revert that into a more feminine stance, and I don't think that's the show to do it with. I think they would be much better off. Again, Japan's doing this thing where they're going back and doing these reboots that are soulless, and they're doing these retellings that just don't have any heft to them anymore, and they're mainly because either the creator feels guilty or has been made to feel guilty, or because the people that are in control of that license for that property have been made to feel guilty. And so they've gone back and they're going to fix it, that kind of thing. And so you're going to see more of that in Japan as they catch woke now. And that's what's going to happen going forward. Because again, the Japanese don't have a built-in immunity to that. Like here in the US, we have the ability to say, hey man, your stupid thing is your stupid thing. In Japan, social cohesion demands that people show respect for one another in public, okay? So you can't just tell somebody, I don't like you, you're gross, you're creeping me out with what you're doing. You can't do that in Japan. You must be very quiet and move away from them. If they don't let you move away from them, you have now entered hell. Because there's nothing you can do. You can go to the police and say you're being stalked, but there's no crime with someone just walking around talking in your vicinity. If you acknowledge that they're not talking to you, they're just talking, and they just happen to be around you doing it. And that's, again, you're trapped. You're trapped then. You're in hell. Whereas here in the US, somebody does that, you can start a fight with them. It is not a social faux pas to throw down and tell somebody where the bear shit in the woods. And you're going to end up seeing more of these soft-hearted. I bet Tenchi Muyo will be rebooted with some soy boy who can't bother touching the girls, and how they're all empowered and they all hate having to be around Tenchi because he's some very special boy, and they all hate that, and they're all secretly in love with each other, but they have to be Tenchi's wives or something like that in order to stay safe from the Galactic Empire, or some stupid thing like that. The Jiraians are forcing the sisters to marry Tenchi to keep the royal line going, but they actually hate him. You can bet that that's coming. Again, as if the Japanese man has not taken enough on the chin, right? As if he's not been punished enough. Here we go with the woke to come through to finish the job. Like, I feel bad for the average Japanese dude right now, because it's going to get so much worse. It's already impossible to meet a woman. Now all the media that you're affectionate for, all the media that has led you to believe that having a wife and a child is a wonderful thing to have, is going to be flipped on its head in front of you because the West can't stand itself. How evil is that, right? Evil. Straight up evil. Yep, Shin Go Ranger. Yep. I'm kind of sort of looking forward to it, but I don't quite trust it. It's one of those things where the political climate in Japan is just so all over the place. Like here in the US, like the popular political climate gets pulled back and forth. It's been pulled one way for over a decade now, and it's going to move back. It's slowly moving back to the other direction. I don't know how far it's going to go, but it's slowly moving in that direction. Japan, opposite of us, is skewing into a more experimental political climate, whereas, we're headed into a more conservative political climate. So I don't know what Go Ranger is going to come out as. I really don't, because that is a very, very politicized Ranger team. So I'm not sure. The Indian Kamen Rider, like they did The Matrix. Yep, probably. That's the warning that the auction's going to start in 5 minutes. So you know. So we know, everybody knows. Yeah, don't give them ideas. Yeah, it's true. And that's I honestly can't tell anymore. I have the Citer predicts thing, and I just, every now and then, it just makes so much sense that they're going to do this stupid stuff, and, they do it. The woke can't stand itself. It's not just the West. Bandai Namco is woke too. Well, I guarantee you that didn't come out of nowhere. This self-hate thing originated in Europe sometime around the late 1800s, and it's just slowly spread out across most of the Western cultures over the past couple of 100 years or so, And it's just this internalized sense of like, I'm wrong because I don't suffer. And I don't understand where that comes from, but it is deeply ingrained in Western culture. But it seems to have originated somewhere in Europe around the late 1800s, where just the sense of opulence and control meant that you were evil. If comfort was in your life, that meant you were wrong on some level. And that's what's taking over Japan currently, is this concept of being comfortable is evil. Go Ranger and Jack are the only two Sentais created by the late Shotaro Ishinomori, and until Spider-Man revived the brand. Yep. There's a bit of that. I wonder sometimes if they're going to try and do a Spider-Man tokusatsu. They're Marvel's pretty desperate for ideas, and I'm pretty sure Japan would appreciate a Spider-Man story that involved a tokusatsu Spider-Man, and you'd see Leonidas, the giant robot, leopardizer. Anyway, the giant robot that Spider-Man had. I'm sure people would love to see that come back and do its thing. I was thinking about bidding, but WrestleMania in Las Vegas ate up my budget. I'm just telling you, like it's what's left now is just stuff for like late millennials like me that stuck with the brand. A lot of people don't have nostalgia for RPM. They don't have nostalgia for Beast Morphers. They don't have nostalgia for Cosmic Fury, obviously. So owning that stuff is more about like I'm a Power Ranger fan and I want a piece of the franchise at this point. So the nostalgia buys are over now. We're going to start moving into more like I need this in order to complete a collection thing, or I need this in order to own a piece of it. So WrestleMania was a much better investment as far as your health goes, believe me, because having this stuff around is just going to stress you out. It's going to break down over time because it wasn't meant to last. It was meant to be on camera for so many episodes and then go away forever. A lot of these suits, even as Japan standards, were not built to come back. They were built to be used for 50 episodes in Japan and maybe a few more in the US. I'm not sure all of these suits were built for that in mind. And that's it. They weren't meant to last. So the longer they sit anywhere, they're going to start to break down. So, originated with communism, all the same ideas. Yep, that's correct. All the same ideas. Yep. Yeah, WrestleMania UK, yeah. Yep. A lot of that going around. A lot of that going around. We have Comrado Xavier here saying, I want a tokusatsu version of Miss Marvel and Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, again, like I don't know why it isn't a thing here in the US. I don't know why we're afraid of man in helmet. I don't understand. I really don't. As the 1 minute warning, the auction will start in 1 minute. Well, the good old days really weren't that good old days. It's one of those nostalgia goggle things. Things were better when we didn't have that many responsibilities, that kind of stuff. And granted, you're absolutely right that there's not a lot of like children's media at this time for young people to be absorbing, least of all children's media that's original. Okay. So I absolutely understand what you're saying when you say the good old days, but unfortunately, even then we were getting regurgitated stuff. This is the tilling of the soil. As sad as this is the old being buried by the new now. And I hope there's something new to come for the Power Rangers style out there, the genre of helmet hero, if you will, helmeted hero. I hope there's more, but I don't know. I don't see anything on the horizon. Like I was talking about yesterday, there was never a one-to-one competitor to the Power Rangers. Never. Nobody ever said like we're going to put dudes in spandex and we're going to fight monsters with our giant robots. Didn't do it.
Today is the second anniversary of Jason David Frank's passing, and we'd like to honor him by taking a moment of silence for all the joy he brought to the franchise. We love you, Jason David Frank, Green Ranger for life. All right, thank you so much. Welcome, as I said earlier, to Heritage Auctions and our world headquarters here in Dallas, Texas. Wherever you are in the world today, thank you for joining us for our 2024, November 18th and 19th, Power Ranger Hasbro Hollywood and Entertainment Signature Auction, number 7354. My name is Emily Hartman, and I am a licensed auctioneer here in the state of Texas, and I will be joined today by Kimberly Nazgoda. This auction is presented by Heritage Auctioneers and Galleries, Inc., and is being conducted under the terms and conditions of auction section in the catalog, as well as on our website at ha.com. Please familiarize yourself with all of our terms in the catalog, as well as on our website. Heritage has been compiling internet bids on our website, ha.com, from our worldwide audience over the past few weeks, and Riley has those bids. Every item will open at the current bid or the reserve if there is one. Along with those internet bids placed in advance of the sale, we will be accepting bids through our Heritage Live platform via live internet feed, which most of you are bidding on with us today. Emily will be communicating your bids. Sometimes a bid will come in from Heritage Live at the last minute due to limitations of an individual's computer or the strength of their Wi-Fi. Please know a Heritage Live bidder can only submit a bid when the lot is still open on their computer. No Heritage Live bidder can submit a bid once it is closed on their computer and moved on to the next lot. My acceptance of a last-minute bid from Heritage Live is not the reopening of a lot. And my last-minute bid arrivals happen a few times during every auction, and I thank you in advance for your patience and understanding when it occurs. In addition to those of you bidding with us on Heritage Live, we are also taking bids by phone. We have Kay and Colin here bidding for you, and we also have some amazing Power Rangers fans with us today. A buyer's premium, sliding buyer's premium of 25% and less with higher value lots will be applied to the hammer price of all individual lots and is described in detail in item number 2 in our terms and conditions. A few more things to make note of. Cut bidding. Everyone is allowed to cut the normal increment once per lot. This is a tool for you to stretch your bid to get the items that you want most. This is all described in item number 12 in our terms and conditions. If you hear me say prior, that is announced when there is a tie. We take the bid that we had first and invite the active bidder to break the tie, oftentimes by using that cut. If you hear me say it's still available, it didn't sell in the live session, it will be part of our post-auction buy section. And if we have any additional catalogers comments, we will mention those when the lot comes up. If you have any issues relating to your participation in this sale, please call Vanessa Banda. She's our auction supervisor. Her phone number is 214-409-3127. I'd like to thank the entertainment department for putting together this incredible sale for you. And in Texas, I am required to announce that in compliance with TDLR Rule 67.40, notice is hereby provided that this auction is covered by a recovery fund administered by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, P.O. Box 257, Austin, Texas 78711. And the phone number is 512-463-6599. And with that, I have one more announcement for you. For the Power Rangers Hasbro auction, our team here at Heritage has worked hard to present collectors the best curation of Power Ranger lots possible.
Yep.
As many adoring fans know, Power Rangers is a feat of television production using suits, footage, and props from the Japanese Super Sentai series and combining them with its own unique storytelling. As such, and due to the nature of the filming process, suits worn by the principal cast of their respective Power Ranger seasons will be notated with their names in the title of the lot. For suits worn primarily by stunt team members during production, we have omitted names in the titles and denoted hero or action accordingly. You will see a mix of stunt performer and main cast names within each costume lot, and we have been careful to bring attention to each piece as our curators built the best example of each Ranger. Be aware that these suits and props were heavily used during production and could include additional wear not specifically mentioned in the copy.
And we've seen that. We've seen several of the suits come through that have been like completely obliterated. Like the In Space Red's helmet, like the whole forward circle has been like completely smashed out like that. It's just resting there on the helmet. So whatever happened in that last day of filming, they just bashed that right off the front of it. So
Power Rangers Ninja Steel, Madam Odious hero costume and accessories. Heritage Live
This was the
advances
main
to
villain
3,400.
from
It's
Ninja
32
Steel,
now, bid to
Madam
34 next. Heritage
Odious.
Live takes
She
us to 3,400.
stinks.
3,200 is the bid. There's 34, asking 36 next. Heritage Live, press that bid button. It advances us to 3,600. 36, yes, now bid 38. It's 3,600, asking 38 next. Heritage Live, let's advance. Press that bid button. Take us to 3,800. 38, now bid 4,000. 4,000 go 42. 4,000 is the bid. It's with the Heritage Live bidder asking 42. Let's advance. Bid 4,200 next. 4,000 is the bid. There's the cut. Heritage Live, what do you say to that cut?
4,100 for that suit so far.
4,100 is the bid, and we're on that cut. Now we're not. 4,400 is the advance now.
Wow.
Bid 44. It's 42. It's with a
already.
Heritage Live bidder asking 44 next. Let's advance here. Heritage Live bid 4,400. 42 is the bid, asking 44. Now we have the cut of 43. Still asking 44. 44 now bid 4,600.
44
it's
again.
44 now bid that 46 next. Heritage Live, let's advance.
Are they gonna go $5,000 on this
4,600.
ridiculous
45 on
little
the
suit?
cut again. A lot of cut action out there. Heritage Live advance us to 4,600. It's 4,500. We're on the
45
cut with
already.
a Heritage Live bidder asking 46 from those other bidders out there. Don't let them cut you out now. You've come this far and you don't know when you'll see this again. Let's advance now to 46. Now go 4,800. 4,600 is the bid, asking 48 next. Heritage Live, press that bid button and let's advance to 4,800. 48 is the bid. Now save 5,000. It's
All right.
48.
So Rob asks, or Rob says rather, he says, the only suit I didn't see for auction was the Titanium Ranger from Lightspeed Rescue. So it makes me wonder if the actor kept the suit. Well, the other thing is that Saban custom ordered that suit. That didn't come from Japan. So there were probably only a limited amount of those suits made and never reproduced again. And also, I want to say that the Titanium Ranger showed up in the Legend series. So apparently they got rid of them completely. So I want to say that they did Legends. Jeez, look at me, Sentai stuff. In the Power Rangers Megaforce, Super Megaforce, when they completely abuse the Power Rangers, the pirate motif from Gokaiger. So yeah, but the what's happening here is that the Titanium Ranger suit was probably just very limited in its production, and I want to say that Neo Saban was destroying the suits as well because they cost money to produce. Excuse me, to store. They cost money to store, and so it's difficult to, keep these things when you don't have any 5-year projection on using these things at all. So that's why. And the other thing is that given that it was so limited, the actor may have kept the suit. We know that Jason David Frank walked away with it. It's also possible that people involved with the production ended up buying it too. I'm sure whoever built that costume was very proud of it because it looks very germane to the Go-Go 5 aesthetic from Japan's Super Sentai Go-Go 5, which was the donor series that contributed the footage for Lightspeed Rescue. So they could have bought it themselves from Saban, or that may have been the agreement that they keep the suit in its entirety when it's done. Because again, Power Rangers was pretty cool at the time. Lightspeed Rescue was doing pretty well as far as I remember. A lot of kids were pretty activated by it because, once again, it was one of those ones that peeled back the you gotta be chosen by an alien wizard in order to save the day. And it was about first responders drifting around in a Hummer fighting demons. Because that makes sense. That makes sense. Paramedics versus demons. Makes perfect sense. But this one right here, or the Titanium Ranger suit, I don't know. This one right here is, it's sold. That's what it is. What happened was in Ninja Steel is that they had some kind of reality show that was going on, some type of in-studio reality show where they would, the aliens were watching the Power Rangers fight these different champions sent by Madam Odious, and they were betting on it and things like that. And they had a wheel of fortune that determined who got chosen to be the adversary for the Power Rangers. They really played into the Monster of the Week kind of thing. And so a lot of these characters that were made for Ninja Steel, like I think this guy is custom made for Ninja Steel. I don't think he's a Sentai villain. I could be wrong, but he's like the game show host that does most of the jumping around and making noise. Yeah. He reminded me of the really squirrely late night host there that did Corky Romano. I forget his name. That one. He reminded me of that character, just like on cocaine. Yeah. Oh, this one. Okay, yeah, that one. All right. Then Conrado Javier says the early days in Disney era knows how to push Power Rangers beyond Mighty Morphin. Yeah, well, Saban kind of didn't want to do that. They originally designed In Space to be the last one because, Turbo was waning and they didn't believe that the brand had much life left in it. So they put all their chips into In Space to kind of send it off with this really cool, closing story about the universe. And what do you know? It revitalized the entire franchise and people came back to back to Power Rangers because of it. And then they were stuck. And so they went ahead with Lost Galaxy. And Lost Galaxy was an incredibly bold idea, all right? And what they said was, Angel Grove is really nice, and we've kept most of the action in Angel Grove. Now we're not going to. Now we're going to take the action into deep freaking space, okay? We're going to take you out into deep freaking space, and you're going to fight space pirates, and you're going to fight some scorpion guy that has a ridiculously hot bug daughter. And Trakina was like, they were doing stuff with Trakina, dude. Like they knew what they were doing with Trakina, okay? They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. They saw what they saw what happened with the response with Astronomer, and they were like, we're gonna ramp that up to 15 out of a possible 5. And that's what they did with Trakina. They way over the top with her. Like Diva Talks, I thought was like really sexualized, but man, Trakina, there wasn't a scene where that lady wasn't penduluming her hips, like, gyrating her hips back and forth through the scene as she's walking, like just shoving her ass into the camera. And of course, the back of the suit has like these bug, I don't know, bone things that are tracing around her ass. And it's like, I don't know why I'm watching Power Rangers anymore, but here I am. I'm watching Power Rangers, And that's kind of what happened. So they had to move forward with a post-Zordon story for Power Rangers. And, for better or for worse, they tried it. And that's what Lightspeed Rescue really was the maximum manifestation of, because they stepped back and said, what if the government was able to generate Power Rangers? And they decided not to use them to kill people. I think that's the most unbelievable thing about Lightspeed Rescue, is that the U.S. government wouldn't turn that into a way to murder people before deciding to turn it into like paramedic equipment. That Lightspeed Rescue would be an extreme afterthought for the U.S. government gaining access to the Morphin Grid. It says, DK says, I always liked Lightspeed Rescue, even though the main villains were jobbers. Carter squashing Olympius every episode while the Titanium Ranger came in like a main eventer. Yeah, again, Ryan had a really, really captivating story. Again, I don't particularly like the Cobra tattoo. I think that may have been a misstep in trying to communicate his curse. I think it could have been handled better, but they tried and it looked convincing, so whatever. But it is really felt very strange. Diabolico, of course, being the jobber that you're referring to. And yeah. Oh, this is Beast Morphers Goldar, just so you know, who's up for bid here. And we'll take a closer look at him. They brought him back through the Venjix virus, who itself was brought back and somehow transdimensionally transported into whatever the Beast Morphers universe was. Completely stupid thing. But yeah, so this was what do they call this guy? Goldar Maximus. That's right. This is Goldar Maximus you're looking at. And yes, he is just as annoying as described with his name. The actor, of course, that originally played Goldar, not brought back for this, and so he has like a, hey, I'm Goldar! Yeah, I'm the bad guy! kind of voice, and it's awful. It's not even close to Goldar's voice. And it's all to facilitate the Go Busters footage of having Kyoryuger and Zyuger and Abba Ranger all in one team, because for whatever reason they decided Go Busters was a really good time to put the Dino themed Super Sentai teams together, and so the Power Rangers had a similar idea, and this was the limited reappearance of Austin St. John as Tyranno Red, Mighty Morphin Tyranno Red, and it didn't go over very well. It looked really bad, and of course they couldn't really explain the multiverse of Power Rangers very well either, as to how all these characters came to be in the same space. So, because again, the Dino Charge Power Rangers are from a universe where dinosaurs did not go extinct on Earth. Try to figure that one out. So, the Neo Saban era is all member berry. Bit of it, but mostly Hasbro has been the member berry one. Hasbro desperately wanted to just lean back on the old lore of Power Rangers and just kind of like goof it up like this with Goldar Maximus. So, we have the Turbotron, and he's here to blow you away, Rangers. You'll never stand my whirlwind attack. Yeah, and I think a lot of the problem that Power Rangers faces too is that there's too often they just lean into a goofy voice signifying a villain, that the vocal delivery of the villain isn't at all villainous. It's just kind of there, And I think Bryan Cranston was another one of those guys that just did an obnoxious cartoony voice for the villains, and that's what really, I don't know. I guess it's what kills the intrigue of these villains in the show, right? When you end up with like a villain like Rita, you're very interested because she's animated, she's interesting, she has a personality of her own. And then you get a villain like Sledge, who's just kind of like, I'm the bad guy because my voice is exaggerated and I yell all the time. And that's it. Even David Axelrod playing Lord Zed had a personality behind that guy. When the voice was speaking, you felt like the deep, unreserved hatred coming out of it. Wherever he pulled that from, he pulled it from a place of genuine anger when he was talking about Lord Zed. But when you get to the new suit actors, the new people playing the villains, like these ones, they just do cartoony voices. That's it. They don't have any particular personality behind these characters. And I think that also kills the Power Rangers appeal, because the villains don't feel like they're a threat. They just kind of feel like your mom or dad making a funny voice during a bedtime story to like enhance your immersion into the book in front of you, So it doesn't really help that. Yeah, that was Airman at Home. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we have Airman at Home. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a Mega Man boss. Yeah, well, Again, like in Japan, a lot of these things are derivative. Japan's not like afraid of the whole "if it works, I'm going to make it work for me too" thing. So as soon as a new idea finds really any traction in Japan, it just gets spread everywhere. So Fan Man becoming like a big thing with Power Ranger villain designs. It's not exactly new, but that's probably the most expressed one-to-one I've seen. But you can probably see more of that too, because again, Japan's not afraid of that stuff. What they don't do is they don't do like a fair use law. So you're not allowed to put Airman or Fan Man, whatever his name is. You're not allowed to put that character into Super Sentai 1-to-1, but you could take like 90% inspiration from that character if you want to. That's the crazy thing about Japanese laws, is that they just they protect a 1-to-1 copy, but if you do a 0.9 to 1 copy, you're good. It's very strange. It's very strange. But that's how the tokusatsu genre has survived. There's so many different versions of Super Sentai and Kamen Rider and Ultraman out there. They may not rise to the mainstream national distribution level, but they're everywhere. Every city has their own tokusatsu hero. If you don't know that, they're in parades and everything. There's even one that's a dentist. It's called Dent Man. And he just tells people to brush their teeth. Yeah. He's got like a big, his floss thing is the one that has like it's like the floss hook thing that has the floss string through it. And that's his weapon it's like a gun and a sword at the same time. It's pretty clever. But yeah, no, they're everywhere over there. And like, again, here in the US, we're just, man in helmet is just terrifying. It's a horrible concept that a man would put a helmet on to go fight. Even though that's all we've ever done since we discovered the concept of armor is protect the decision engine. But whatever. I don't know. This is another one of those, this is a Dino Fury villain. He's a magician character. And again, another one's like, hello, I am the villain because I talk like this. And that's it. Like, I'm not afraid of you. You're not meant to be scared. And then there's Chonky Zed. All right, so this is the one it's interesting to pay attention here. Here's Chonky Zed.
I have 8,000 in the room for Power Rangers
8,000.
Dino Fury.
Jumped
Lord
from
Zed,
5,500
hero
to
costume
8,000.
and accessory. What do you say?
Like I said, it's going over
Let's advance to
10K.
9. He said
8.5 now.
On the cut, Heritage Live. Take us to 9. 9 is the
That's
bid.
9.
Now say 95. 95, go 10,000. 9,500 asking 10. 10 in the room. Now
10.
bid 11,000. 11,000 is the bid, go 12. It's 11,000. It's with Heritage Live asking for 12. It advanced now to 12,000. 12 is the bid. It's here in the room. Heritage Live, take us to 13. 13 now, bid 14,000. It's 13,000. It's with the Heritage Live bidder asking 14,000 next for Lord Zed. Hero
Lord
costume and
Chungus.
accessory from Power Rangers Dino Fury. Advances to 14,000 next. Heritage Live.
14,000.
No one double crosses Lord Zed and lives. Heritage Live, it advanced to 14,000. Or 13,000 it is. Fair warning.
Lots of people double crossed him.
13,000.
His wife double crossed him and lived.
7101. Congratulations, Heritage
13,000.
Live. Lot
Amazing.
356.
Wow. Oh, sorry, I shut the volume off.
12
This is the one that
bid. Now say
resurrected
15
Zed,
next.
by the way.
13, now bid 14. 16 in the room. Now bid 1,700. It's 1,600. It's here in Dallas. Heritage Live asking 1,700 from you to advance. Take us to 17 next. 16 is the bid, asking 17. Let's advance here. Go 1,700 or use your cut of 16.
So again, like nobody knows who this character is unless you watch the show and why he's important to Zed because he resurrected
Bidder
Zed, or rather
100.
reached into the past and brought him
Congratulations.
forward. So
Lot 357.
oh, it's just so it appears to be there's like a group of guys in the room that are actually bidding on this stuff, and there's a lot of fans that think that they're trying to put together a Power Rangers museum. So I don't know, guys. Just keep your eye on TikTok. Keep your eye on Shorts. Somebody's going to be showing off their collection here in the next few days, so you'll know who got it all. But Sakura Mita asks this, or rather says this. Do you remember, Cider, remember that guy who produced the Power Rangers 2015 film? I meet people saying meet people that say he's so disillusioned because he wants a television project based on the 2015 fan film. So the 2015 fan film, I think, goes too far. It's one of those ones where you're not doing Power Rangers anymore. You've crossed into like Starship Troopers, kind of. You've left what the aspirational fiction part of Power Rangers behind, or Super Sentai, even Tokusatsu, really at the core of it. And that's really what the 2015 fan film kind of departed from, and that's. So I agree with Jason David Frank that it was something that wasn't really all that Power Ranger-y. It was more like, what if we, at the time, if we had taken the DCU, as dark and angry as it was, if we had taken that and like transported it into the Power Rangers universe and just kind of added that as a filter. I don't think anybody's wrong for liking it. Don't get me wrong. Don't believe that I'm poo-pooing anybody that would like to see more of that kind style of hyper confrontational, hyper dark Power Ranger stuff. I just don't feel that it's anything that contributes to the brand itself. I think that it severely is I don't know it undermines the aspirational quality of it. It fits more in line with the common rider aesthetic. So if there were to be a more aggressive style of Power Ranger, then perhaps, but it would have to be on under a different name, under a different title, because again, people look toward Power Rangers, and even now, like they mock it and laugh at it. Oh, the kitty stuff. Why do you care about it? This Lord Zed suit's going over 10,000 as well. This is the Master Morphin Master Lord Zed that absorbed the Morphin Master's powers, because you could just do that. But again, I don't think people are wrong for enjoying this. 14,000. Look at
We
that.
have the cut. Heritage Live, 15, now bid
Wow.
16,000. It's 15,000.
15,000 for
16
this
to
suit.
advance here, Heritage Live. Let's go 16,000 for Master Zed hero costume from Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. Advance us to 16,000 next, or use your cut here. 15,500. Heritage Live, fair warning. 15,000.
Wow.
7101. Congratulations, Heritage Live. Lot 359. 800 is the bid. Now say 850 for Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. Bajilia Nair hero costume, Heritage Live. 925, bid 9.
Yeah, who cares about that? Nobody cares about that character. It's from the Cosmic Fury one. It's like some over the top businesswoman character. Some stand-in for some woman that Simon Bennett really hated. So that's all I can really come up with. But anyway, and but the 2015 fan film, again, just one of those ones that might need to have a bit of a, I don't know, facelift, I guess, a different title to it. It could probably prosper. Again, man in helmet, not the problem. You know, I don't understand why the West has such a strong aversion to it. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. It's a shame we never get the Zedengers, Lord Zed's Power Rangers from season 2, to fight the power. Yeah, the evil Ranger clones, the only ones that are really worthy of coming back are the Psychos. You know, and again, I'm not really down for this villain redemption stuff anymore. I'm kind of over it. You know, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of bored of the bad guy having a good reason for being bad. I don't just make him evil. Why did that guy tie that woman to that train track and then twist his mustache while cackling? Because he's evil. That's it. He wasn't hit by a bus and now sees good as evil and evil is good. He's not some innocent guy. He's just evil. That's it. It's the end of it. Bad guy. And that's kind of like the problem with bringing the Psychos back now, because the only story you can tell with the Psychos is how they redeem themselves, and I don't want that. I like them better when they're crazy asshole Power Rangers that just cause havoc and pain, you know. And that I don't want them to do that on unfettered, mind you. I think they're a good opposite for the Power Rangers. Is what I'm getting at is the Psycho Rangers are a good opposite. I don't think they really got a good shake at being villains. I think they would do very well as being the central villains for an entire season. Like all 5 of them as the big bad, you know, and they command the monsters. Kind of like a Go-Go Loser Ranger style story, but with an actual Ranger team in opposition to the Psycho Rangers. That would be a good one. But again, they're not going to do it. That's another one that didn't find its way here, by the way. You'll notice no Psycho Rangers. Very curious that the Psycho Ranger suits didn't come through. Odds are they either got stolen or destroyed, but, you know, they are incredibly unique. So there probably weren't that many reproductions, and if they were damaged, they probably were thrown out. Or they could be part of the damaged, dinged, and dented auction that we see, because they are in bad shape. Who knows? It's got to be more interesting enough to be profitable in the first place, let alone inspirational. Again, like when we're dealing with Power Ranger stories, the franchise is making less than $50 million a year right now in merchandise sales gross. That's like all of them together. That's before taxes. That's before subtracting out the overhead costs, production costs, that kind of stuff. All right. So there's no incentive to create Power Rangers media at this time. It would be more expensive to create the media than the profit you could hope to earn back from it in the immediate moment, you know. And Kirby says the mustache compels evil. Yes, it's true. Evil mustaches. Yeah. The mustache wax. It just kind of helps you shape the evil. You see. Yeah. And so, and Bowsette says if he's disillusioned by the fact he's No, it's not that. This person, Sakura Mita was talking about fans that enjoyed that 2015 film that feel disillusioned with the franchise now that they've seen that it could be more extreme, that it could be more, you know, mature, more militaristic in its execution. So they'd like to see a more militaristic Power Rangers. Maybe not in rainbow-clad colors, but they did enjoy seeing the we were teenagers, child soldiers, and we were raised up to fight a war that we were wholly inadequate to fight. That's kind of an interesting concept for people who like that kind of storytelling. I like aspirational fiction where the good guys are always the good guys and they always have the upper hand because they're the good guys. I understand that's not real life, but I find that to be the purpose of escapism is that it's not real life. You know, and that you are telling people that it is good to be a good person and that evil can't stop you. You might feel like it can, but it can't. And that's why I don't like telling stories that are like that 2015 fan film that feels like you're conceding that the future is just going to be a smoldering hole in the ground full of zombies and cannibals, you know? It's you know, that's why I don't like it, is because it sort of says that the future's dark. The future's not hopeful. And I would rather have like these teams um I'd rather have these teams be adults to begin with. I don't really like the idea of teenagers with attitude. I think it's a little silly. So I like the idea of adults going out and being regular people and saving the day. And I think that that emphasis is totally lost on Power Rangers now. That it is just, you know, it's children that go out and fight monsters and have no repercussions from it. And I think that's a mistake. I think that's another thing that the show kind of forgot to evolve that could learn from the 2015 story. I think it would be nice to have somebody come along in the Ranger series that says, I didn't have a good time with it. It did scare me. I am afraid of the dark now because of what happened when I was a Power Ranger. I think that that might be a compelling side story to have a veteran come back and say, nah, it didn't go that well for me. I did not have a great experience. Not that anything like anybody died, but I am definitely uncomfortable when the doorbell dinger comes on because that was the noise that a monster that nearly killed me made, you know? And that would be a kind of an interesting story to tell, but the end result of that should be the Power Rangers of that in that story, the current team should help reform that veteran into feeling more confident in their life again. Not solving PTSD in 11 minutes or less for the sake of advertising space. No, it's not that. It's more over making that ranger feel comfortable in fighting again so that they're not afraid of, you know, getting back on the horse, let's put it that way. And that's one of those things that can help the brand and its aspirational qualities, but I think diving into the deep end is a bit much, you know? I think diving into that dark and gritty deep end is a bit much for the process. So, but now, if, like I said, they went from 2015 to Psycho Rangers, that would make more sense. Sure, if you wanted to have a grittier story that involved the Psycho Rangers, sure, that would probably work. But again, it would have to be under a different name than the Power Rangers. I don't even think you could sell it as the Psycho Rangers because it would feel like a parody to anybody looking at it that's not familiar with that team. Which is most people who would be exposed to that because a lot of folks didn't stick with Power Rangers after MMPR. And that's kind of the problem the brand ran into, is it just stalled out on MMPR. It didn't care to keep advancing beyond the original team. And it paid the price. They paid the price for it. You can see it right here that you could just grab all this stuff up, you know? The auction in total, both currently today and yesterday, has only generated $1.9 million. The sale of the IP from Hayam Saban to Hasbro was for over $500 million. So they're not recuperating anything here whatsoever. This isn't even enough money to begin the process of creating assets for a show, to even put a pilot out. The Achilles heel, yeah, something like that, yeah. So MMPR start the franchise. Now they're ending the franchise. Yeah, mostly. Billy was there for Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. as an auxiliary ranger, kind of the 6th ranger. So, yeah, Zio, where Tommy is the Red Ranger. Yeah, and again, like, he had the most progression in this. He started as a villain and ended up being the leader for a couple of seasons. Then he retired to become a race car driver, got bored of being a race car driver, and became professor of archaeology. As one does. As you do. You're like, just going to do that now. I love how Dino Thunder was just like, weren't you a race car driver? And he's like, no. For a minute. That was pretty great. Then he roundhouse kicked a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the nose. That was pretty funny. Yeah, the Robo Rita, pretty ugly stuff. Pretty ugly stuff. I still don't understand why they're so obsessed with MMPR. I just don't. I get that the fan base is mostly obsessed with it, but I don't understand why the brand can't invite more people in to counterbalance that and make sure that there's an even flow. But whatever. As you can see right here, Operation Overdrive not getting a lot of love. It's kind of going for the same price that the Omega Ranger suit did from SPD yesterday. So it appears that these suits that didn't rise to the iconic level are not being bought up at a premium price. They're just sort of kind of being bought up for whatever the bid gets up to, It's not being sought after, if you will. So there again, here's the action suit. It's probably going to go for around $5,000, $6,000. The action suits have been going for about that price. So Tommy became a poster boy of the Power Rangers. Yeah, well, that was Jason David Frank's goal from the beginning. My tribute to Tommy, the 2-year anniversary here, that'll be coming out on my channel later today. Talking about what happened with his, like the legacy he left behind, That's what my tribute's going to be about. It's a little music video I put together with AI music, so that way I don't get copyright struck. And yeah, we'll be putting that up a little later today. So yeah, well, again, that they're gonna spend a lot of money on this stuff because they want it. And again, like I said, there appears to be an effort to collect these things in their entirety, as opposed to like one guy gets this and one guy gets that. So my guess is, to be completely honest, is that it appears to be that somebody's trying to put together a museum. That could be what's going on. Tommy was an evil clone, then became the leader. Way better way to say it. Kind of. He was an evil clone in the Ninja Steel attempt at Shattered Grid, which again was really stupid. And I don't know why they didn't do Shattered Grid, but maybe they couldn't get the license from Boom for cheap enough. I don't know. But I don't think so. I think MMPR was pretty okay. Like they were trying a lot. They were trying to like really ground it in like Arthurian style myth to try and give it some like I don't know, mythological quality, right? Because the space thing was always a bit in the background. It was more grounded in like these elemental gods and things like that. Like you had Ninjor that would show up, and you had the Centurion that showed up, and you had just these odd and end characters that were sort of elemental gods and things like that, druidic spirits, if you will. And so it wasn't really that tight. I honestly want to say that it got its strongest footing with In Space going forward. I want to say that In Space was probably, of the Saban era, the best, because it had all the things from NPR to work with, and then all of this forward momentum of how to deal with that stuff. And that's my opinion. MMPR, I think, was just sort of, a lot of people have a fondness for it because it was the first one. It's the one they grew up with. It stayed around the longest. So it permeated the fandom pretty deeply. And of course, that cast of characters became iconic due to the time that they spent with the show. So I really think that that's kind of what's going on there. And again, when you take a look at a lot of the other seasons too, they hit pretty hard. I mean, Time Force, you're hard to find a Power Rangers fan that doesn't have Time Force in their top 5, at least not in their top 10, It's pretty hard to find a group of Power Ranger fans that don't find SPD in there, Ninja Storm, the Disney era shows up in there. I am hard-pressed to find Neo Saban fans, and I am really hard-pressed to find Hasbro fans. There are people that speak positively of Beast Morphers, but it's not that great. Compared to Neo Saban, it's okay, but not so much on its own. Conrad Javier has this to say. Conrado has this to say. Even Sonic moved on from the classic BS after they hired Ian Flynn to write the game's story. Well, sure, they kind of went a little too far with Sonic Frontiers. That one got a little too modern audience-y. But yeah, they broke away from some of that stuff. And again, the 90s was a very particular time. It was very, the middle 90s to late 90s, very characterized different from the 80s, very characterized different from the early 2000s. It was such an incredibly dense bubble of time that had its own attitude about the world, sandwiched between 9/11 and the fall of the Berlin Wall. Very, very strange time where the US was an unobstructed world superpower. The economies of the world were running at full power. You had the Japanese miracle running at full power. Just so many different things influencing it. So the attitude was very sublime. People were very comfortable with this never-ending idea of economic prosperity and global harmony. And you remember this in the Y2K aesthetic that came out that invaded from like 1998 to 2003. We were all wearing chrome and riding around in bubbles, and everything was all blobular and see-through colored plastic. It was great. I love that aesthetic. I miss it so much. I miss the future where we were all going to be together. And that's where Power Rangers drew a lot of its energy. And it's where Sonic drew a lot of its energy. And so over time, as the populace got away from that concept of everybody being together and having a great time, so too did the heroes inspired by that time. And they kind of became a little blasé for a time. And that's what happened to Sonic. Sonic kind of became a little blasé when everybody united as one fell off the, radar, I guess is a good way to put it. So, but as you can see, these RPM suits going pretty, not RPM, this is Overdrive. These Overdrive suits are going pretty low. So, yeah, Rancic's suit went pretty well. Rancic was a really great villain. I think he's probably, he's the most Thanos-like, I think, in that regard. I definitely put him in my top 5. I honestly believe that the best villain out of the entire franchise is Ecliptor. And he was evil at the end because he got turned into dust, not into a soccer dad, if you remember what happened to Zed and Rita. So, Ecliptor. And in my opinion, it's because Ecliptor was a father before he was a soldier, before he was a monster. And I think about that character a lot. I think about Ecliptor a lot because even his voice actor was just amazing. And he's so different from the Mega Ranger villain he's based on, is the other thing. It's so different from that character. And that he was willing to sacrifice everything for Astronema, and that he was horrified by the mechanical, the cyber stuff they did to her brain to brainwash her. And, I don't know. I think back on Ecliptor a lot because, like, that guy, I don't think he deserved to be turned into dust. I just think I think Saban just didn't know what to do with him. He wasn't a character that lasted long enough to have a redemption arc. So, it's sad, but I think that's ultimately, his end is proved that he was evil to his core. So, villain for life. Yeah, that was the fun thing about when Dino Fury brought back Zed, because now it's like you have two Zeds existing in the same timeline. One of them is a soccer dad that plays bingo on the weekends at the local church, at his local church, and the other one, he's a maniacal, crazy asshole that's trying to take over the world again, the universe again. So it's one of those incredibly bizarre situations. Like, they just couldn't think of another villain other than Zed. Zed was just the craziest thing they could think of, and I don't know. Like, I'm not rooting for Thrax. We all remember Thrax from the Operation Over. I think that suit's for sale here today too. We're probably gonna run across that one soon. But you remember Thrax? Thrax was the son of Rita and Zed, and I never really thought that was a smart idea to do. Nobody wants to think about Zed and Rita getting it on, that's for sure. Least of all to produce that monstrosity. But they honestly could have done anything other than Zed, really, and been okay. Like Dark Spectre returning, and not being an evil lava monster, and instead being like a big cloud monster from space, like Galactus was in the Silver Surfer versus the Fantastic Four movie. So, yeah, somehow Zed and Rita returned. Here's the other thing, okay? So Space Jesus Zato has this great idea at the end of Cosmic Fury, right? This huge big brain idea. And his ultimate punishment for Zed, right? As a Morphin Master, his punishment for Zed is to make Zed serve drinks to his displeased dead wife for eternity. That's evil. That's not the act of a hero. That's turning him into dust, like Thanosing Zed is the more heroic act than imprisoning him to witness his dead wife disapproving of him forever. Like they didn't think that through. They're like, it's like I Love Lucy, and he doesn't like his wife. They didn't think it through at all. What Zato, the god hero that they made him into, did to Zed with the power of the Morphin Masters. They didn't think that through. It is super duper evil. Like when I first saw that at the end of that whole dump on Netflix that they took, I messaged everybody I knew that was into Power Rangers. I was like, did you see this the same way as I did? And they were all like, yeah, that is straight up what Satan does to people in hell. Okay, that is straight up a demonic punishment for someone to witness their dead wife disapproving of them for eternity, never dying, never knowing a way out. These are the heroes, guys. These are the heroes. Yeah, Zato died as Power Ranger Jesus. Yeah, he died and came back to life wearing a white suit. It's like, oh, cool. So if it wasn't obvious enough that he's a Jesus allegory, then he raises the dead himself. Then he transforms the living. Yeah, heals the sick. Mm-hmm. And the sacrifice of his life brings peace to the universe. I'm done. I'm done, dude. I'm so glad that and he also becomes a vessel for Zordon because for some reason a disembodied voice was too much to ask in the blinding, never-ending white void of the Morphin Grid. That you could just enter as a physical dude, apparently. You just walk on into the Morphin Grid like, what's up, bitches? And it's just a bunch of dead people in the Morphin. How about this, too? Think about this. Like, no... Full stop. This was also in there, okay? So you put on a morpher, right? I'm a Power Ranger now. I've waited my whole life to be a Power Ranger. I'm gonna fight evil. It's morphin' time. Wham! Your soul is now imprisoned in the Morphin Grid forever. After you die, you're not going to heaven. You're not going to hell. You're stuck in the Morphin Grid purgatory with assholes like Zordon and every other motherfucker that put on a fucking morpher and transformed. That's what Cosmic Fury told us. But the people, you don't go to heaven, you don't go to hell, you go to purgatory in the Morphin Grid if you put on a morpher. So it's not enough that you agreed to lay down your life on Earth to try and save the life of other Earthlings. Now you're imprisoned in purgatory forever for doing it. Simon, what are you trying to tell us, man? Simon Bennett, what are you trying to tell us about Power Rangers? You have a deep, deep hatred for this franchise. You tried very hard to hide it. Like, that's a thinly veiled reference to how, like, your life is ruined after you're a Power Ranger. I don't know if you know that or not. It's like, inside the world, it's horrific. Outside here in reality, it's a metaphor for how becoming a Power Ranger destroys your life. It's like, okay, cool. I'm totally glad that you were in charge of the franchise on its last leg. I wonder why it failed. It's ironic that Tommy didn't die as a god and inspired. Well, he wouldn't do it. You see, a lot of people don't know this, but it's 6,500. Good. I'm glad that Overdrive Silver is going. That's one of the better designed suits in the series. But again, like, he stormed out of Hasbro headquarters about a year before his untimely end there. He had a fight with them over the direction of the franchise. Now, to my knowledge, this had nothing to do with his project, The White Dragon. That was, you know that, where he's playing that Eric character that He has like the Power Ranger powers, but he also is a bit Superman at the same time, and so a little different than Power Rangers. But that wasn't what their contention was. He apparently was very upset with the direction they were taking the franchise. And of course, deifying one of the characters, becoming quite literally a Jesus allegory, would probably piss off a diehard Christian with Jesus didn't tattooed to both of his forearms. And I think that guy might take that a little personally. So that's why Tommy didn't go out in any form or fashion, because he probably didn't want to. So, is it me or the whole movie fatigue based on creativity? I realize everyone compares Western movie to superhero movies via the Pandora's box myth. Once they open it, there's no going back. It's not so much that people are fatigued by superheroes, because we've had superheroes all along. What the problem is they're fatigued by a agenda. All right, I call it agenda fatigue, and that's why all these movies that aren't even related to superheroes keep failing. And it's because the agenda that's in superhero movies is also in these ones. It's also in everything else that these studios are chucking out. And that's what the consumer is tired of. Look at these movies that came out that didn't have that. Inside Out 2 did not have that weirdo agenda stuffed into the middle of it, or at least obvious enough that people were tripping on it throughout the whole movie. Guess what? It did fine. Toy Story 4, it had an agenda through it the whole time. People were tripping on it the whole time. Guess what? Didn't do that well. So they're just going to do this, right? They're just going to keep repeating this formula over and over and over again. So that's what the problem is. That's what people are truly fatigued by, is the formulaic entertainment style of not just superhero movies, but now most family-based entertainment is purely slop, manufactured garbage slop, So we have Read by Nature here, and he asks, was he hoping to make the Draken project? Well, to my knowledge, Hasbro resisted doing Shattered Grid. They instead did a 2-part special in Ninja Steel that was a marker for the 25-year anniversary that Jason was a part of, in which a character named Draven, because if I had a nickel for every villain named Draven, I'd be drowning in nickels. Just beyond my eyebrows in nickels. Fill my whole house up in nickels for villains named Draven. But anyway, Draven is trying to build an interdimensional gateway to be able to distribute his army of Robo-Rangers that he has created by forcibly copying the Power Rangers themselves, because the morphin energy is inside them, not the morpher. It was never really clear why Draven was kidnapping whole-ass Power Rangers and putting them in his duplication machine. It was never really clear why that was the case, but they did that. And apparently it was weakening the life cycle, or the vital life energies of the Power Rangers that were subjected to that. And Tommy, of course, there was like a robotic clone of Tommy that had red glowing eyes, and that happened, but that was Hasbro's best attempt at it, because I don't believe they had any faith in well, no, maybe it was that Neo Saban did that. It was probably a joint venture between the two. I forget which one helmed that one, but Ninja Steel was like the season that housed that, and of course it was very immature and very empty with what it did. And of course, Draven was just a villain that lasted for all of about 10 minutes, and he was wiped out and was never really a threat to begin with. So, the end. But you got all the people together to do the thing, and they did the thing, and it was pretty thingy. That's for sure. It was pretty thingy. But yeah, so that was as closest you're ever going to get to Shattered Grid, unless it's a fan film that valiantly reproduces everything, at a higher quality than what a fan film is able to do right now. Bowsette says the same reason why Kamala Harris is 20 million in the hole. Get woke, go broke. Not like we haven't seen it for almost a decade now. Well, it's true. Power Rangers Dino Fury won a GLAAD award. $6,000 for that. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So it's all the helmets from Overdrive in one. Okay. So all right. So they spent about $1,000 a helmet. All right. That tracks. But so what we know is that Power Rangers Dino Fury won a GLAAD award for Izzy, the Green Ranger, ripping off her skirt. even though in Power Rangers that has never been a problem from day one. Female character being applied to male footage has been the case. Trini transformed into a male character. It wasn't until ZU2, the Zhu Ranger, I don't know, copy update or something. They went back and they did Zhu Ranger over again because Mighty Morphin didn't want to move into the Die Ranger footage because the Die Ranger footage was too violent. They couldn't get it past the censors. And admittedly, it is. Die Ranger is pretty, pretty hands-on. Pretty hands-on. It's kind of known for that. And so the Die Rangers footage was relegated to the Alien Rangers, and Zhu 2 was born out of that. And so the Zhu Ranger villains were handed off to the Die Ranger villains were handed off to the Zhu Ranger suits to fight. And that's how that worked. And of course, then they created the combination footage of having the previous, I think it was Titanus, combined with the Thunder Megazord and create a new machine. And that's how all that went. Of course, having the White Ranger from Die Ranger appear alongside of the Zhu Ranger suits in Japan for the sake of combat footage. That's what that happened. And now again, like, this has not been a problem. They made a skirt at that point for the Yellow Ranger, and I think that was Aisha at that point. Trini, of course, had been swapped out, and Aisha was the new Yellow Ranger at that point. She's an African lady. But that's again, like, so they won an award for that and made no sense whatsoever. The donor suit from Japan even is made for a male character, so it never had a skirt on it to begin with. It made no sense whatsoever, and the only thing it really did was serve to characterize lesbians as being butch. That's all it really did, was just characterize lesbians as being butch, and that apparently gets a GLAAD award. So there you go. That's what the gays think of the lesbians. I'm sure the lesbians were thrilled to know this, But the Kaku Ranger footage didn't feature any a character that was really suitable for Tommy. You'll notice that the Shogun Megazords are from Kaku Ranger, so they're not. It's all mangled together into one thing very loosely, and honestly, I think truthfully, the problem with it is that Kaku Ranger didn't really possess a sixth Ranger that magnified what Tommy was to the brand, whereas Die Ranger's White Ranger was some kind of child spirit of the tiger, right? He was some kind of mystical child spirit character, and he grew like 2 feet taller when he transformed into the White Die Ranger. I don't know what his specific name is. I keep forgetting it. So, but yeah. Yeah, well, they did Ninjetti for Tommy. He had the yes, the Kiba Ranger. That's right, the Kiba Ranger. That's who he was. In Die Ranger. But they did give him a Ninjetti costume, which they took a big risk on because that could turn very quickly into a KKK suit because it was just a solid white suit with the eyes cut out, and so I'm sure there was quite a few like, are you sure about this? Before they shouted action, But again, they were experimenting with everything back then. Ninjas in California? That's pretty nuts. That's kind of fun. Samurai in California. I don't know. I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble. There's a bit of a problem there. Sakuramita says, I've seen better lesbian from anime than Dino Fury and Cosmic Fury. Yeah, Tessa Rao and the actress that portrayed Fern would not have been the ones I chose for that. They have the on-screen chemistry of peanut butter and glass. I believe they were in a relationship as much as I believe that Churchill had a love for Germans, If you ever told me that Churchill loved the Germans. Yeah. And so, but instead they became the Alien Rangers. That's correct. Again, because Kaku Ranger had a lot of, I don't know, I think Kaku Ranger really suffered from a lot of Japanesey villains and fighting techniques and things like that. And again, I'm not saying not to dismiss it, but for 1990s US television, diving that hard into the Japanese aesthetic is a little much. And so making them aliens tracked with why they were ninjas. And that way you could create all the weird, strange things they are up to in the Kaku Ranger footage, which, again, it's weird and strange to the West. We don't practice these things. We don't even have a military style of fighting that's anywhere similar to how the ninjas conduct themselves. And so for children's television, Kaku Ranger's a little out there. So by making them the Aquatar Rangers, all of the weird stuff that they do with the Kaku Rangers, not so weird anymore. Now they're just alien things that they do. And I also thought it was pretty interesting taking what would have been the Pink Ranger, which is the White Ranger in the Aquatar series, and making Delphine the leader. That was some nice synergy with White Ranger to White Ranger being the leader. And I thought that's how Power Rangers was going to try and go, but then Zeo showed up, and what do you know? There's no White Ranger in the Zeo series, in O Ranger, so they couldn't keep up with that. And it's pretty expensive to have the Japanese go back and reshoot all of this stuff after they've moved on to a new series. So, and of course, they stayed 1 year ahead of the Power Rangers production. So asking them to stop what they're doing was more money, because that meant that they would have to slow down production on their main show, which, had they had Turbo redone with a White Ranger as the leader, that would have slowed down the production of Mega Ranger. And then we probably wouldn't have gotten In Space. So it's one of those things where, like, it all worked out in the end, but it's one of those things that's, you never really know. There's no notes from those meetings. There's no, there's nothing hanging out there to explain it. So, well, and I don't know, man. I think you give it a chance. Give it a chance and check out. My personally, the one I recommend to every single person that I meet that has stopped after MMPR, I tell them to check out Power Rangers SPD. It's a cop procedural with Power Rangers strapped over the top of it. It feels very much like SVU. It feels like Law and Order. It feels like they really tried to pull from a cop procedural show. NYPD Blue, that kind of stuff. They really tried to pull from that for this show. And they were successful most of the time with SPD. I think that out of all the Disney productions, I think SPD had like probably the most flawless presentation. They were, I want to say that they were less, I don't know, they were less concerned with entertaining kids in that series. They did it through the sound effects most of the time, but the characters themselves were very teen-oriented, There was a soft romance going on between Sid and Bridge, which again followed the energy from Deca Ranger that featured Deca Pink and Deca Green being somewhat involved with each other, as Deca Pink wanted to marry Deca Green, but he's too busy fighting crime for that, you see. So, and again, I believe it's also in this one where Deca Green and Deca Pink she's aggressively chasing after him, constantly trying to get him into compromising positions so that he realizes his love for her and stuff like that. So, it's one of those things that didn't come over to SPD because it would have distorted the police energy that they have there, because it was when they were at the Deca base dealing with Doggy Kruger and like Cat Manx, it was very, very serious atmosphere. But when they're out on the street doing their regular patrols or out there being Power Rangers on their own, just doing their regular thing off duty, very, very personal family atmosphere between the team. So again, I thought it was really well done. I thought it was really well executed. And so that's why I recommend it to people who gave up after MMPR and didn't stay on even in Turbo or Zeo. So sure, but it's one of those things where like it's not that it's a show that it falls in line with what you're used to. It's that for what it is, it does it well. I am not a My Little Pony fan, but that first season of My Little Pony from Hasbro is pretty okay. I was working at a school for autistic kids. It was a preschool, and they were pretty enamored with the show. And so during like cool down time before we took a nap, that was on. And it's what we were doing. It's what we were watching. And it was pretty okay. It got really bad as it went on, believe me. After season 1, it fell right off. Of course, I stuck watching it on repeat. But season 1 of that show was okay, and I don't have to be neck deep in in My Little Pony, MLP, right? MLP. I don't have to be neck deep in MLP to appreciate that, Rainbow Dash was pretty cool. Now it's a very annoying character. But that's, usually what happens with those things. But again, that's why I say, if you can appreciate, a show being done well, meaning you get engrossed in it, you care about the characters, it doesn't really matter what it is, Doesn't really matter what it is. Disney's Power Rangers, yeah, I would say most of the time, again, Operation Overdrive and I think Jungle Fury were ones that took us too far of a step back into children's media, in my opinion. There was a lot of children's attitude around these characters. So, like, you got Jungle Fury right here with who was the bad guy here? It's Jared. Like, the big bad guy. His name is Jared. They call him Daishi, but it doesn't make any sense because he's not a Daishi. He doesn't look like a Daishi whatsoever. He doesn't even look like a Jared. It's like, and the Power Rangers face off against their greatest challenge ever, Jared. And it just shows a picture of Jared from Subway, right? And it's like, what's happening? Why? And so again, this sort of missed attitude that they had with the show, where we had Bowsette. Explaining where Bowsette was like watching a lot of Bruce Lee growing up and American Ninja, that kind of stuff. So when kids came along to these shows with Jungle Fury, not that it wasn't up to the caliber of those old kung fu movies. It wasn't up to the caliber of any of the Jet Li movies that were coming out at the time, or the Ip Man with Donnie Yen. It really just didn't match up. It looked very thrilling with all the wire foo that they were doing, but the show itself just didn't carry any energy. And then you had RJ in the middle of it. It was like, whoa, dude, pizza. Who knew, bro? And I hate that character so much. Like, when you look at Go, the character that he's based off of, Geki Violet, why? Why did they turn that character into a stoner pizza parlor owner? I don't understand. I'm eternally disappointed with that decision. They had so much to do there, and he's like, "Nah, bro, I just love pizza, bro." My first official name on YT was Violet Lynn Scratton. Oh, wow, violin scratch.
Wonderful. Thank you for bidding anyway. Always a lot of fun when you're here in the room. Lot 393,
So
we
these
have
are
Power Rangers,
interesting.
Jungle Fury, Jason Smith, Casey Rhodes, Red Ranger hero costume and action accessories, and I have 1,500 on the floor. I need 16 to advance, bid at 16. 16 against you, 17 on the floor, not a bid at 18, not a bid at 18, 17, 18, now 19, 2,000 on the floor, yes. 2,000 bid at 22. It's 2,022 bid at 24.
It's
24 cut bid on the floor
2024.
at
What are you
23.
talking about, lady?
23 here, but I do have 24 from here to drive. I need 26. 24 here, not a bid, 26, 25 on the cut, still asking for 2,600. It's 25, not a bid, 2,600, I need 2,600 bid at 26 for the Casey Rhodes hero costume and the action accessories with it. 25, not a bid, 2,600, it's 2,600 bid. Last chance, fair warning, are all bids in at 25? Are we sure? No, we're not. 26 with hair to drive. Let's go 28. 26 here, not a bid, 28, it's 2,800 bid 28. 26 asking for 2,800 hair to drive. 27 on the floor, I need 28. 27 on the floor asking for 2,800 to advance, bid it at 2,800. What do we think? Hair to drive, talk to me at 2,800. I have 27 on the floor in Dallas, Texas, and I need 2,800 to advance. Last chance and fair warning to bid 2,800. Then we'll sell it at 2,700 to bidder number 104. Thank you.
That's the guy that bought all the SPD stuff yesterday.
Lot 394. It is Power Rangers Jungle Fury. We have the Red Ranger action costume here, and I have 900. I need 9.5 to bid 1,000. Better. Let's go 1,100. It's 1,011 now. Bid it at 12. Go 12. 12. Not a bid 13. 13 here. Not a bid 14. 14. Bid it at 1,500 now. 16. 15 here.
Wow.
Not a bid 16.
Look at
17
this.
now. 18. 18 here, not a bid. 19 now, 2 bid.
Dollar
2,
for dollar.
19 here, 2,000 bid it at 22 now, 24, 22, 24 now, 26, 26, 28 is next. Give me 28, 27 on the cut. Let's go 28. Talk to me at 2,800. It's 2,800 bid 28, 28 here, not a bid. 3 go 3, 28 here, not a bid. 3,000. Heritage Drive. Talk to me at 3,000. The advance is 3, 28 here, not a bid. 3. Maybe you have that cut bid left. Let's use it. Chop it up at 29. It will be last chance and fair warning though to bid 3,000. 2,800 to bidder number.
Wow. For,
1,845.
for the price of a used Honda.
Got 395 Power Rangers Jungle Fury here, and it's a group of 3 hero weapons. I have 1,100 bid. I need 12, 12 now 13, 12 now to bid at 1,300. It's 1,300 bid, 13 now 14 bid 14. Are we still at 13? 2102 on the floor. We'll call it 2,100 and change. I have 21 now to bid, 2,200. It's 2,022. Let's go 24. 24 on the floor. Bid it at 26. 24
Wow.
here now to bid, 26, 26, 28 on the floor. Go 3 bid 3.
Just
28
for some
here now to bid 3,
props.
3,000. What about 32? Maybe 31. Let's chop it up. 31 on the floor. What do we think of 32? 31 here, not a bid. 32, 32. I need a full increment at 34. It's 32.
They're gonna
Do you hear to
go
drive? I'm asking for
more than the Red Ranger
3,400
suit.
bid 34.
For
32
this
here,
stupid
not a bid.
prop.
34. I need 3,400 to advance. Heritage Drive, are you with me? It's a last chance and fair warning to bid 3,400. 3,200.
Wow.
7,264. A 396. It is Power Rangers Jungle Fury.
So I think that these guys are crypto bros. This 104, this bidder 104, I think he's a crypto bro. And like I said, a lot of people think that he's putting together a museum. There's another bidder in there. There's 102 in there that I think cleaned up Ninja Storm. I think he bought all of Ninja Storm. So we're wondering what the situation is. Yeah. Well, you know, I half wonder what his wife's thinking about this, like, like you spent how much? You spent $2 million on a Power Ranger auction? Yeah, and you bought everything. Great. What are we going to do with that, honey? We live in Kansas. What are we going to do with that? Yeah, Bitcoin has been on fire since the election. Well, I think somebody's spending some of their earnings here, some of the stuff they cashed out with from their Bitcoin earnings here on this stuff. It's one of those things where, like, you cross your fingers that they're building a Power Ranger library, but it could just be one hell of a man cave that they're building, And it may never see the light of day ever again. It may be in somebody's basement until the cockroaches take over the earth. So it's one of those things that you cross your fingers that there'll be a museum you can take your kids to. And, but there's no guarantee that that's what's going to happen, I'd rather not. I don't think I want to go that far with the body pillow shaped like Power Ranger spandex. I'm okay. There's nobody I want to get up that close on. I didn't even like, Charlie in her suit isn't even that. Charlie in her suit isn't even that up for me. I don't. Unmorph Charlie maybe, but even then it's a pillow. It's a little. I don't know. I don't really want to explain why I own one of those to begin with. And then explain it's the Power Ranger one on top of that. Like, there's a lot of questions you got to answer in a rapid succession before somebody judges you, okay? John Sullivan's she's saying, please don't make me wear that pink suit. Yeah, that's true. Or if you have a good wife, like, which Pink Ranger suit am I wearing tonight, honey? Like he bought all these things so he can roleplay with his wife in the bedroom as Power Rangers. I hope that's a Family Guy skit sometime in the future. I really hope that they come up with that on their own. I don't think it's going to happen, DK. I don't see it. This is over with. The thing about this is that all of this is getting sold out. Even though if one guy buys all of this, if Hasbro wants to create more Power Ranger stuff that involves any of this stuff here at the auction, it's gone forever. they've got to build new stuff. And you and I both know they're not going to make a reproduction suit for 1 or 2 episodes, which means the majority of this stuff will never be on TV ever again in a new fashion. There'll be replicas made for certain celebrations, for like the parades and things like that, but Power Rangers is done. I'm not sure that they're even going to try and reboot it going forward. Like I said before, it's making less than $50 million a year gross. So there's no way right now that you can even put together a Power Rangers production that wouldn't eliminate any profit that you could make off of selling merch from it. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'd love to see Power Rangers make a resurgence, but I just don't see how it's possible now. Anything that could have helped the season get off the ground, their reboot get off the ground, is being liquidated here. Another Legend War, for instance. Take for what happened in that quarry with all the Power Rangers getting together in Megaforce. Another Legend War that's a bit more, drawn out and a bit more aggressive to introduce this new reboot universe is impossible now. That man cave is Zordon's full set recreated. Yeah, it could be the power chamber, the command center rather. The command center, the power chamber was where Gosei, the annoying tiki head, was hanging out. That's right. And the power chamber was also the basement underneath the original command center. That's right. The sub basement, the double basement. I don't know. But yeah, Super Sentai, Shout Factory is doing its best to move that over here into the West, and I approve of it. I have a friend that fell in love with Super Sentai all over again, thanks to getting Jetman as a complete DVD set with all the stuff that came with it and the subtitles. They've found a brand new appreciation for Sentai after watching Jetman and finally understanding just how brutal Jetman is. Like, I don't know if you've watched that in a while, but man, Jetman goes for the throat. Somebody should make an Americanized Zenkaiger based on Tommy's transformation. Well, the thing is I'm not sure that we can do that. The Zenkaiger series is so it's very nestled in Super Sentai, so it would be neat if they had like a transformation gear from of Tommy, right? That they would have the ability to option into that character, because I believe Tommy's Green Ranger, White Ranger, Zeo Red, Turbo Red, and Black, Dino Thunder Black are all several times more powerful than their Sentai counterparts. So this would be a character that would be, regular Saiyan versus Super Saiyan sort of power difference to their Sentai counterpart. Because again, in Super Sentai, they're not exactly expressed having super strength. Some do, some don't. Most of them are just sort of resilient against kinetic weaponry and have a degree of agility boost in their performance. They're overall like mass kinetic transference ability, where they're like punching somebody through a wall. You don't see that happen too often with the Super Sentai series. There's a special modifier that allows that to happen most of the time. However, in Power Rangers, you regularly see the heroes, once they get their Power Ranger powers, start pitching henchmen like through the air, body slamming them onto cars and things like that. So they become like a degree more powerful than the average Sentai hero. So yeah, it would be cool to have like a Power Ranger transformation gear for the Zenkaiger. Zenkai Black, he's still around, and so have him transform into that. He could his catalog could be all Power Ranger heroes, so they all look like Super Sentai, but they're like ridiculously overpowered. Because again, that was another thing feature of the Power Rangers, is that while Super Sentai was very interested in team dynamics and showing off the toys, Power Rangers did that as well, but could afford to add more special effects into the presentation so that the Sentai attacks were much more expressed, and that the American version of the fight footage that they had to splice in here and there was much more like over the top and explosive. And so they looked so much more powerful than the Sentai counterparts do. So yeah, that would be an interesting one to do as well with this 50th anniversary, is to acknowledge Power Rangers in that fashion and have like a a character that is transforming into all the Power Ranger versions, and they're just that much more jacked up than the regular Sentai heroes that are being summoned. It's one of those things, you know. And of course, the Koreans also do their own modifications. They have their own Power Rangers. The South Koreans, best Korea, if you will, they do their own version of the Power Rangers. Oh shoot, I don't know how much that one went for. I wanted to see.
Jungle Fury here. It is a Wolf Ranger action
So this is
costume.
Geki
and dive
Violet.
1200. I need 1300 bid 13. 1600 on the floor. Thank you. Let's go 17. 16 on the floor. Asking for 17, 17, 18, 2000 on the floor. Bid it at 22. 2000 here. Not a bid 22, 22. Bid it at 24. 22, 24 now. Bid it at 26, 26 now. 28. 28 now. 3 bid 3. 28 here. Not a bid 3 there. Now 3. 32. 32. Bid it at 34. It's 32 here. Not a bid 34 there. 3,400 is the advanced heritage drive. There we go. Now 36. 34 here. Not a bid 36. 3,600 now. Bid it at 38. It's 36 here. Not a bid 38. Advanced to 3,800. Heritage drive. Talk to me at 3,800. Are you with me? Because I'm here for you at 38, but it's last chance. 37 on the cut. I'll keep going. Let's go 38. 37 here. Not a bid 38. It's 3,800 bid 38. 37 on the cut bid. What do we think of 38? Yes, no, maybe so. I'm going to go at 38. All right. 3,700 to bidder number.
Now you'll notice a difference with that one is that the gloves are missing from that one, and I'm not exactly sure why. My assumption is that they were damaged. Most of the action suits are together, but some of them are missing the forearm pieces and gloves. So again, these are things that suffer quite a bit of damage during the action scenes, so it's no surprise. But Bowsette asks, going back to the White Dragon real quick, how much of that project is finished? Can it be hacked together like The Crow or Queen of the Damned? I personally, my knowledge on this is not up to date, but following Jason's passing, it came out that the movie was done. It was in post-production when he passed, so it is there, and my guess is that they're trying to find a distribution method for it. I can Google it right now. Oh, this is one I really wanted to know about.
We have Nikolai, Dominic Hargan, Rhino, Jungle Fury Ranger, hero costume. I 4,000 on the floor. I need 42.
4,000.
42. It's 42 now. 44. 42 with Heritage Live. I need 4,400 from you. What do we think at 4,400? Bid it at 44. 42. Not a bid. 44. Sure. I like that answer. Sure. 4,400. That means we're going to keep going. 4,400. Let's go 46. 44 here. Not a bit. 4,600 Heritage Drive. It's back to you at 46. 45 on the cut. I still need 46. We're thinking about it. 45 on the cut bid with Heritage Drive, but I need 46 from my, you can't, this is already on a cut bid. You want 46? 46 on the floor now, 48. 46 here, not a bid at 48. It's 4,800 bid 48. 46 here, not a bid, 4,800. Heritage Drive, the last chance, fair warning drive, all bids in at 4,600. Sounds like it. 4,600, the bidder number 102.
Okay, so that was the guy that bought
406. It is a Rhino,
the...
a Ranger, hero costume from Jungle Fury here. And dive 1,100. I need 1,200, 22, now 24. 22 here, not a bid, 24. 24, bid at 26. 26 here, now 28. 26 here, 27 on the cut, bid at 28 now. 2,800 is bid, 28 now. 3 bid, 3. It's 28 here, 3,000 now, 32. 3,000 here, not a bid at 3,200. It's 3,200 bid 32. Here to dive, talk to me at 3,200 or a cut bid. Let's chop it up at 31. You should be using a cut bid on every single lot that you're bidding on today. It's a tool for you to use to get the items you want most. Please use that tool. 32 now, 3,400. It's 32 here, not a bid, 34. 3,400 is bid, go 34 for the Rhino Ranger hero costume from Jungle Fury. I need 3,400 to bid. Last chance and fair warning are all bids in at 32. Okay, 3,200 to bidder number 7418. Lot 407, we have a group of 5 upgrade hero weapons from Jungle Fury.
Yep.
And I have 3,000 on the floor. I need 30.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That was, yeah, these auctioneer ladies, I think they're just here because they're girls. And, you know, they thought that they're like, oh, these Power Ranger guys, they only get to talk to their moms. They're going to love having a female auctioneer. And it's like, I wish you found somebody with a little more pep, you know? But I get it. Every now and then, see, I grew up in an area where we have a lot of auctions. We have car auctions, livestock auctions, estate auctions, all sorts of things. So, like, being an auctioneer is, you know, a viable career where I live. And so my father was for a time. And then we used to go around to other places because he had an auctioneer's license. So he would go around and talk to all the guys and, backstage passes for auctions. And a lot of that stuff, those guys, man, they can get a lot of information out real quick. You'll notice that I talk fast every now and then, and it's because of that. It's because how my father would do it. When he would get excited, man, it was a mile a minute coming out of his face. Sakura Mita says, I seen some movies never released because of the lack of distribution, which it almost feels like lost media. Well, the thing with streaming is that you can put it up on YouTube now and make back quite a bit of money, especially selling merch in concert with that stuff. I just don't, I don't know. I don't have any information at the moment. See, it said it came out on September 4th, The Legend of the White Dragon, but I can't find where it came out. So, yeah, I'm still looking for it here. So, but that's what the trouble is, in my opinion. I don't know where to find it. I don't know where to find the Legend of the White Dragon movie. So, as soon as you guys do, let me know. But this is an interesting thing. I think this is the only battleizer in the entire lineup. And this was the battleizer that allowed the Red Ranger here to get a motorcycle, and it was really neato bandito. But
16 on the floor, bid it at 17.
this is
Combine it
apparently
at
going to
17,
go
17.
not
Cut
that
bid at 17
expensive.
and a
They
half
got a
on the
dollar
floor.
for
I need
dollar right
1800,
here.
18 now 19. Let's go 19. 18 here, not a bid 19. Heritage Drive, you have a bid at 1800, but I'm asking for 19 to advance, and I have 18 and a half on the cut bid, still asking for 19, and I have 19. Take me to 2, bid 2. 2,000 on the floor now, 22. 2,000 here, not a bid 22. 22 bid it at 24. 24 on the floor now, 26. 24, 26 bid it at 28. 28 on the floor now, 3 bid 3. 28 here, 29 on the cut, still asking for 3. Do I have 3? 3,000 on the floor now, 32. 3,000 here, not a bid 32 there. 3,200 a bid 32. Do I have all bids in at 3,000? I'll say last chance and fair warning to bid 3,200. 3,000 goes to bidder number 102.
Yep. So this guy,
But
all
for
right.
10, we
So
have the
104
Hero
and
Claw
102
Cannon.
are the two guys that are buying up these whole collections all together. It's a battle for a couple of online guys are buying items, certain items, but most of the time these in-person bidders here, number 104 and 102, are the ones that are buying most of the stuff. So I assume that they're going to make a museum. They seem to know each other. They seem to be pretty jovial about each other's victories. So I'm guessing that this is a partnership. So, the JDF movie might end up like Batgirl. I don't know. I don't think they can write it off as a tax thing because the guy that did it is gone. So I don't really know there's anybody that can say it was a loss on their behalf anymore. So, Bowsette, if it ended up like Batgirl, that would mean it sucks. It isn't worth watching. Well, the other thing it could end up is that it can't find a distribution hub. JDF wasn't hated, mind you. People didn't hate him, but he was an out and out Christian, and I assume he was also pretty okay with Trump, as most folks who walked the line that Jason David Frank did. So. Combined with that, in Hollywood, it can be pretty hard to find somebody to put your stuff on their platform or even in their theater. So, no, what the conclusion they're drawing is that it might end up like Batgirl in that it may not see the light of day. Not that it was so terrible that it can't be seen by human eyes. So, but David Zaslav is the worst businessman ever. I don't know about the worst businessman ever, but he likes to hack and slash. That seems to be his solution to the problem, is to just cut away until the bleeding stops. Cut until the bleeding stops. That seems to be his best solution. And sometimes that works. Sometimes that works. In the case of the government, that can work pretty well. But in a business like Warner Brothers that's already $21 billion in debt, that's not going to help. That's not going to help. Not for long, anyway. And yeah, well, again, buying your way into the theater might not even be possible either. If you remember, The Sound of Freedom had a horrible time trying to find a theater because it fell out with Disney. You know, and people loved the movie when it came out. It was in the top 5 weekend movie thing for almost 3 weeks there that CBS puts out. So, yeah, the latest news on that one is that it did come out in theaters or something. It just doesn't explicitly say so where. So I'm trying to find the Legend of the Dragon stuff here, Legend of the White Dragon movie thing. Because here I'm over here at 2Fab, and 2Fab says it came out in September, but it's not. I can't find where where it is to watch. I mean, I would think this would be a pretty big deal, but I guess not. So let's find out. Is it over on X.com? Legend of the White Dragon. Of the White Dragon. Let's see. And Jason David Franks says it was September 4th that it came out. In theaters, but it's nowhere. I don't even know where it got. So yeah, I don't. Oh well, we'll have to keep up the look. We'll have to keep looking. You know. Oh, straight to crowdfunding, Blu-ray and crowdfunding, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that one. They're hesitant to do physical media right now, and that's what makes it so expensive. Is it not only is there a hesitation to do it, which means like getting it to market is a little difficult because a lot of storefronts are doing away with that space and opening up for other things. I don't know what, but a lot of storefronts are doing away with that space because the corporations are like cycling down the availability of physical media. And then, so, you know, getting that into people's hands outside of your backers might be a challenge in and of itself. So that's why I say put it up on YouTube. Put it up on YouTube, make the money back out of it, sell merch with it. You might not make the full cost of the movie back, but you probably make most of it. I mean, I work here at Bounding managing the channel, and the channel does pretty great when we're doing pretty good views, but I'm not talking about Power Rangers, apparently. My gosh. Here's the other thing, right? I thought the video that I did about Power Rangers yesterday was actually going to go somewhere. It did not. It did the absolute opposite of it. I think less than like 2 busloads of people saw that video. People just don't care. There's just not an interest in the franchise, you know? They want to go back and relive the nostalgia of their favorite moments and learn more about why those favorite moments are their favorite moments, perhaps, or just simply relive those moments. But, it would appear that there's no real interest in the fate of the franchise, you know? The past is okay with the fans. They're not too interested in the future, apparently. And that's where we find ourselves, you know? People just aren't down for the future of Power Rangers. Maybe a new franchise will come along that does the helmet hero thing that I was talking about. I have my own rescue soldiers that I'm working on. I hope it's them that take up the slack. But again, who knows? You know, the Power Rangers is a very particular style of superhero that for some reason never got duplicated in the West. So, you know, it's a really big ask to get people on board with it. You know, and I understand why Jason David Frank had such a hard time with the movie and why it, you know, had the trouble that it did. And I think, didn't the White Dragon do some crowdfunding? I want to say that there was some of that went on there. Could be wrong. Maybe it was another Power Ranger production. Am I thinking of Wingman, maybe? Maybe I'm thinking of Wingman. But, backers and maybe Netflix. I don't know. I don't know if White Dragon was filmed on the Netflix quality cameras or not. I don't think it was filmed on a cell phone or anything, but Netflix has a very specific quality of camera. So I don't know. And again, I'm not sure that they to get it on Netflix is another story again because it could be tied up in a bunch of legal stuff dealing with Jason's estate. So I don't know. I still have yet to find where you can even watch it if it ever found its way out of theaters into any other space because I can't find a theater that said it aired it even. It's ironic that the MCU took inspiration of Tokusatsu minus the helmet. I don't know about that exactly. I think that the MCU took a lot of inspiration from Michael Bay's movies. If I'm completely honest with you, I think that they took a lot of the stuff flying at the camera, chaos, noise, and slapstick comedy stuff from Michael Bay's Transformers, and added like a good like philosophy to it. You know, like uh so Super Sentai likes to rely on the team dynamics and the aspirational hero side of it. Marvel likes to rely on the story that's outside your door, that the characters are things you can relate to, and so that's what they kind of mashed together was these relatable, or they were supposed to be relatable heroes with the concept of having stuff flying at your face constantly. And what do you know? It worked for 10 years. How about Cider? How about you? Have you ever heard of Phantom Blood? No, I haven't. I have not heard of Phantom Blood. Is that thing? Is that like Black Mask? Is that what that is? That like? Yeah, that's the one that Jet Li has, where he's the underground fighter superhero guy. That's totally not Kato from the Green Hornet. So, uh, well, yeah, I mean, the Power Rangers, again, as I said, it's not a concept that's entirely wrong. I don't think it's bad at all. I think the problem is the execution of it leans so hard into appealing to that 1993, 1997 PSA don't do drugs kids atmosphere, and it just doesn't have a home in the marketplace anymore. It's like cowboys. People just kind of got over man on horse. So that it's Power Rangers itself, like what I did with the Rescue Soldiers is I decided that giant robots and kung fu battles are things that are very synonymous with the Power Ranger motif. So I'll just take them out. I'm not interested in selling mountains of toys. I don't need to worry about that. My goal with the Rescue Soldiers is to, make a 1 hour movie. I'm trying to put together 4 different teams right now that'll justify a 4 movie run. It's just an hour long, and all they do are rescue people. It sounds kind of boring on its face, but when you get into it, minute for minute, it does seem pretty harrowing. And you match that with Power Rangers and like semi-present, near-future rescue technology, it becomes a bit more compelling. And that's what I want to lean into is maybe not necessarily having characters that do kung fu and beat up monsters before bedtime, that kind of thing. They actually go out and preserve life, that they're actually geared toward using these transformation abilities to protect themselves, to get deeper into a disaster zone in order to recover people that are hanging on by a thread. And I find that to be much more compelling of a narrative than, oh no, it's another mishmash, horrible mutant monster that we're not going to understand what happened to him to end up like that. We're just going to kill him, and we're going to high five each other and go on back to the juice bar. And again, not a bad idea. It's not a bad concept. I'm not shitting on it because it's a concept that is wrong. I just think it's very antiquated, and it needs time to rest if you're going to keep it up. It needs time to rest. They haven't. For over 30 years now, that's been the formula, and you can't do that. Even Super Sentai didn't follow that formula. They eventually broke out of it too. And so that's my goal with the Rescue Soldiers. There's only a few of the teams that I've created out of the whole pantheon of Rescue Soldiers that I've made. There's only a few of them that have any combat purpose whatsoever. I think even less than a handful of them do any fighting whatsoever. They're soldiers from the U.S. military, different branches of the military that are tasked with going out and doing their thing, saving people in certain environments, and so they're sort of purpose built for that. Excuse me, they're sort of purpose built for that. But that's what we end up with, right? And that's we end up with Power Rangers that won't give up the PSA, don't do drugs kind of moral at the end storytelling, and Western comics hasn't given that up either. If you want a good example of how it's going on like a macro scale, take a look at Western comics. DC and Marvel are just limping around because they can't exist outside of a political paradigm anymore. They have to preach to you. And Power Rangers very much maintained that. And they were preaching to us, even from MMPR. They were preaching to us about not doing drugs, not falling into gang violence, that sort of stuff. And that seemed more harmless and helpful back then, as opposed to today, which is now they're telling you not to be a bigot, a phobe, or whatever the trending greatest sin man could commit is this week, you know? And that's truthfully what the biggest problem with Power Rangers has been, divorced of all the campy attitude about drugs and stuff. It's really more to the failure of the brand to evolve into something more than that. It's okay to start there, but probably by the 5th iteration, you need to be mixing it up a little bit. And I'm not saying evil Rangers like The Boys or Go-Go Loser Ranger, or hyper-violent things like the 2015 movie. It would be more appropriate to see the Power Rangers in perhaps a police procedural, like I said, with SPD. More variations of the 5-man team that does good things concept, but divorced of the formula of mutated monster is attacking Angel Grove and we got to beat him before bedtime kind of thing. It's a little old. Oh, they're talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Well, and it's again, I can't say that because the political pendulum swings back and forth. What is in vogue now will not be in vogue 40 years from now. It's just how it works. So it's best not to pitch that way. Superman remained very timeless because he was pro-American, not pro-Democrat, not pro-Republican, not pro-independent, not pro-communist, none of it. He was just pro-American, no matter what walk of life you came from, provided you were not violent about how you carried out your daily life. Superman was your friend and fighting for you too. And that for a while, and then all of a sudden they decide, wow, Superman needs to rescind his citizenship because America's bad. And then it was over with. The spell was broken. Superman can never go back to being a non-biased proponent of the American experience ever again. Similarly with Power Rangers. They just dove so hard into the politics that with, making an expressed effort to lean into that LGBTQ narrative that has so suddenly fallen out of vogue. Even the Democrat Party's declaring now they don't want to be the party of the freak shows. So here we go. It's out of vogue now. A lot of good that GLAAD Award did you, Simon Bennett. A lot of good that GLAAD Award did. But here we are, right? You're seeing this right now. These suits are just going for nothing. Absolutely nothing. And they ended the Disney series, by the way. These are the last suits that Disney worked with, and they're going for nothing. They actually have a paper trail that leads back to Bruce Kalish. But no, the wire fu master Bruce Kalish leads back to Disney. Nope. And again, it's because of just how fantastically Neo Saban and Hasbro murdered this brand. Homelander. I found this. People really like the Homelander character, but they really are bored of Superman. People are like, Superman's so boring. I don't know how anybody could like Superman. He's so dumb. Because Superman asks you to be at a higher moral standard. Superman asks you to be impossibly kind, to be impossibly compassionate, to be impossibly unbiased. Okay? That's why he's the aspirational man. And that's why people get pissed off by Superman, why they reject him and why they embrace Batman so passionately. Is because Superman is telling them that their way of life is not enough. And they don't like that. They don't like the challenge of being more compassionate, of being more understanding, of being more open to the possibility of change. That scares them and annoys them. So they want a Superman like Homelander that serves his own interests moment to moment, that doesn't have a set plan that he has to stick to or a set code of ethics, that if one day he wants to melt the faces and heads of hundreds of people out in the crowd and then receive praise for that, Well, that's right there to be done, and it happens. And they go, wow, I want to be like Homelander, not that stupid Superman that has a moral code, that has a purpose in life. I want to be this aimless weirdo that murders people who get in line ahead of me at the grocery store and don't have their payment ready. Okay? And that's where we're at. And it doesn't necessarily express that Americans and Westerners are bad people at their core. Really, what that tells us, and why Homelander is a more popular hero than Superman, is because people feel stressed. And they want to respond to that stress in a very, human way. Humans are, at our core, violent creatures. It's only been about 200 years that we weren't pooping in shacks and hunting in groups, so we weren't overwhelmed by mountain lions and coyotes. All right, our little glowing rectangles in our pockets, my invisible cell phone, our little glowing rectangle in our pockets betrays the reality of our species. Okay, we let our phones make us believe that we're so highly evolved to those cowboys, those settlers, those knights, those kings and queens, that we're so much more enlightened and beautiful and wonderful than they ever were. But in reality, we just speak a different language and habitate differently. That's it, And that, we're still the same animals that'll turn on each other in an instant. Look what happened in 2020 during the Floyd riots. It's one of those things that people are just stressed out. And Homelander is a cathartic release. They want to be violent against people that give them the most little trouble and the biggest trouble as well, because they're tired of being tolerant. They're tired of being patient. And that's what Superman teaches. He teaches you to be patient with people. He teaches you to be tolerant of people and not kill them, even if they have killed before. That even the murderer has a path to redemption. And that's just not something people want to hear right now. They want a hero that is going to smash the villain's head in the middle of the street and then write "don't do crime" in his brain matter before flying off into the sky to toss an international space station into the ocean because it's blocking his view of the sun. And that's what they want. They want that kind of cathartic release that this thing pisses me off. I possess the power to destroy it. I will do that. And they do that. That's why Invincible is so attractive to people, because it gives you the satisfaction of seeing a hero kill a villain. I mean, it's just no more difficult than that. And what it is just express the populace that's stressed out. It's why Power Rangers isn't popular. I get it that it's gone woke and it has a very particularly strange attitude, but Power Rangers at its core is an aspirational story about people that give up their personal lives, that give up their personal interests, that give up their personal safety for others. And that's not a very popular concept at the moment. That may have changed since the election, but up until this point, not a lot of people are interested in putting their neck on the line for others. Look at Daniel Penny. However you come down on that, that's a pretty rapid case for a guy that intervened to help others, even though he may have overdone it, or maybe he didn't do enough in your case, for your position. But that tells people, don't get involved. Don't be a hero. And what does Power Rangers do? It tells you to be a hero. Superman tells you to be a hero. People don't want that. They want to be told, be selfish. Kill people who don't agree with you. If you feel a minor inconvenience, use your laser vision to melt it into raw, molten slag, whatever it is that's annoying you. And that's the current zeitgeist. That's currently why people love these characters and feel so tied to them. Why Batman is so popular now is because Batman's not even a detective anymore. Batman's just a violent guy. He just goes around beating the hell out of characters now and occasionally helping out supernatural characters beat the hell out of their supernatural villains. There's barely any crime solving with him whatsoever. And that's because people don't want a crime solver. I hear all the time that Batman needs to kill. But the problem is that that's not Batman, that's Punisher. I get it that your logical conclusion is that he should kill the Joker because the Joker's having so much trouble, causing so much pain and anguish, but it's fiction. It's escapism. It is supposed to present you with an impossible morality so that you will chase behind that. Consider that these books at their core are designed for children. Not all of them are made for children, but they're designed for children. Okay? The original concept, the purpose of a superhero is for children. And if we start teaching kids off the bat that murder is the solution for people you disagree with, where then does the escalation lead when they're angry? If Batman's murdering his rogues, not offering them a way out of that, where then is when they think they have committed a cardinal sin? When a child believes that they have committed a sin that Batman would kill over, where then does the child find themselves? Right? And again, you apply that to murder, but the child brain may register that the Joker stole a candy bar, so Batman killed him. You know? And again, like that kind of trouble is what you run into when you start doing that to superheroes, particularly ones that pre-exist. Go ahead and make your new superheroes that are aggressive like that. Absolutely. I make indie comics. I have a hero that, or, you know, kind of a hero that's really aggressive with how he dispenses justice. But again, I made a new hero out of that. I didn't decide that Batman should be doing that because Batman means more to children than he does to adults. And so it's very important that we teach kids to be merciful like they do in the Power Rangers. Most of the time, the villains screw themselves over, so they have to be dealt with in this way. The monsters are eliminated because they are unreasonable. They will not come down. There are even some episodes of Power Rangers where the monsters back down, and they want to be good guys, and they want to help out, and they want to reform. That happens. We've seen a few monsters join the team over the years. And that is perfectly acceptable. That should be more, like, out there in the world on this stuff, but you know, it asks a lot of people in this time where they have been very tolerant, where they have been very patient, and it has only bit them in the hand for doing it, you know? And I understand why they like Homelander. I'm disgusted by The Boys. I read the comic when I was a kid, and I absolutely hated it. I read it mostly because I was just, I guess, mesmerized by just how violent and gory and just disgusting it was. I don't really remember. I remember just reading it because it was just, what are they going to do next to these poor people? And it always got worse and worse and worse, especially with the ending with Black Noir in the Oval Office with Homelander. When you find out what Black Noir's been up to. And and it still doesn't even end right because Butcher doesn't get what's coming to him for everything he did. He walks away scot-free. It's just the whole thing is not. The Boys is a huge mess. I've never liked it. And then Invincible again. Invincible. I absolutely did not like Invincible once Mark was SA'd. Yeah. Once, I think it was Anissa, I think that's the name of the character, showed up and SA'd him. I pitched the comic across the room, and I never picked up another Invincible comic again after that point. Never again. Never. And that's just what it is these guys got to go to the limit, and you can't go there. It's just not. And it's a very unpopular opinion because people want to have permission to murder. They do because they're stressed out. And that's how people respond to this stuff. We want to pretend that we're evolved. We want to pretend we're greater than, but in reality, not so much. We're still the average animal we were 200 years ago. And again, people like Spider-Man, but you have to understand, Spider-Man's done a lot of killing recently. I don't know if you noticed or not. Spider-Man's also gotten pretty edgy recently, too. Pretty confrontational as well. Spider-Gwen in her run also ended up being SA'd by Norman Osborn. So Spider-Man is not your friendly neighborhood asshole anymore. There's a lot going on with that character that has no business being in a children's story. And again, when Peter kills, it's a pretty righteous kill. It's not something that he's just haphazardly up to. He's not killing Doc Ock. He's not killing Norman Osborn. He's not killing the Vulture. He brings them to justice. So again, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, Spider-Man's quippy, he's fun, but it's another character you should not move into the realm of using murder as a solution to problems. Again, it's fiction. You don't have to have it make sense. It just has to fit in the world you're setting. And in the world you're setting, superheroes don't kill. The government can. Have the government execute these heroes, and then, these villains, and then the heroes have to deal with that. That's a perfectly fine result, you know? That Batman is reading about the Joker's execution and he has mixed feelings about it. Maybe he's relieved about that situation and talks to Alfred about it, and throughout just answering, regular, basic crimes like stopping a bank robbery and, stopping, some guys hijacking like a shipment of stuff off a train and whatnot. He's talking to Alfred about how he feels bad that the Joker didn't get help. He ended up resisting all of it in the end and meeting his end in a way that Batman maybe thought he deserved better, that he thought he deserved to get reform, that kind of thing. And you can tell that story. It's not that it's in Batman's hands at that point. And that's the point, is that the superhero is not the executioner. That's what Power Rangers sort of stressed most of the time, is that although they were wiping out the monsters were expressly evil creatures. If they were talking, they were making threats about doing more damage. So it wasn't that they were meant to be reasoned with. And in fact, when it came down to the showdown with the big villain, the villain would always make themselves an irredeemable force. And in that way, they're not human either. The other thing that Power Rangers really stressed was that you don't kill other humans. I believe, excuse me, I have to clear my throat here. I believe Power Rangers is one of the series out there that I don't believe that the Rangers have directly killed a human being. Because even Master Org was purified from the human body he possessed. So yeah, I don't believe that Power Rangers have directly killed a human being. And that's again, it's another important narrative thing. It doesn't seem like much because the villains look like humans, right? But it means a lot narratively to the young mind that's receiving it, that you only kill monsters, you only kill invaders from space, you don't kill other humans. I mean, it's on the 10 Commandments for a reason, guys. It's on the 10 Commandments for a reason. Yeah, it all started with Watchmen, and I would say The Killing Joke more than The Dark Knight Returns, because The Dark Knight Returns is a product of The Killing Joke, where nobody knew what to do with Batman, so they just started cranking him up more and more aggressive. And here we are, Killer Batman. Yeah, the Dark Knight movies, endless trash reboots, people playing on nostalgia, and that's really what it is that nobody wants to tell a Batman story where he's just Batman. They want to tell a story where he's beginning, or they want to tell a story where he's challenged in his morality or at the brink of destruction as an old man. And who is that helping? Nobody. That's not helping anybody. I mean, Grant Morrison, for all the trouble that he causes in his weird worship of chaos, Grant Morrison's Domingo, whatever, he had a pink motorcycle, and he was terrorizing Gotham, and he had his motorcycle gang, and he was terrorizing Gotham, and it was up to Bruce and Damian to save the day. That was just a day. That was just like a week in being Batman, That wasn't any special end of the universe thing. It wasn't involving an old Batman that couldn't hold his own and on the brink of death trying to fight this young guy. And it wasn't this young Batman that didn't know what the hell he was doing. It was just Bat Dad and Bat Son doing Bat Family stuff. And it was cool. It was okay. Nobody wanted to kill each other. Well, you know what I mean. The bad guy did. But the Golden Age inspired heroes. Yeah, you want the Golden Age of aspirational heroes. Yeah, well, again, that may come back. The atmosphere of this entire nation has changed since Donald Trump stuck his head out of that McDonald's drive-thru window and waved. Think about it. The entire energy of this nation changed then. The atmosphere, everything. Hope was back on the menu. For whatever reason, that old man sticking his head out that window and waving just reminded people that there's a future still, that it might not be a smoldering crater full of zombies and cannibals. It might just be okay. We might just be all right after all. And so an age of inspirational and aspirational heroes may rise again, but it won't involve the Power Rangers, not as we knew them anyway. Yeah, Hope was on the dollar menu. Yeah, right. You didn't have to order the extra deluxe Hope. You know, you could get it on the dollar menu. It was back accessible to the people again. You know, it wasn't out of the reach. Hope wasn't just limited to the people who could afford a salad on the side. You know? But that's what it is. You got 3,500 going here on the visorless. These are six. These are all six helmets from RPM. These helmets, as you can see, missing various pieces. Like the visor here is missing from the helmet, and that went for around, I think, 4,000. So, and again, it's sad because like RPM was the last of the Disney ones, so you've got Disney's paperwork all over that, and still didn't draw a bigger price. You know. Again, it still astonished me that Dino Thunder White went for like $2,800, and the Omega Ranger went for like $2,800. Just like I hear no end about how cool these characters are, but apparently nobody who wanted them showed up to bid on them. And whatever. I can only hope that they'll be on display. That one day I can take my kids to the Power Rangers Museum and say, "Look, this was back when America had balls." And I don't know. I miss the idea that the Power Rangers put forward that everybody could get along. I miss that. It's an unpopular opinion to have today in right of center circles. And it's not anything to do with racism. It's that because of identity politics, everybody's so stilted against each other. Everybody's got a grievance. Look what's going on over on Blue Sky. They're self-reporting themselves into oblivion. And the Power Rangers preached an idea that anybody from any walk of life could come together and kick a giant monster's ass. And that was pretty cool. That was pretty great. So these are all, this one here is all 6 RPM helmets, and I believe this one only includes, when I looked at this lot, it only included RPM red, black, green, yellow, and gold. Yeah, I think that's the one that those are all the ones that were on 2 golds. I think it's this one that had 2 gold helmets. Of course, that one was a really cool one because it had the X for the head visor. That was a very neat idea. Very neat idea. I like Go On Gold's look here, and that was, of course, RPM Gold's look. I do like that, but I do believe that Go On Gold was a much better character, just thoroughly. But even then, that character was portrayed by a musician in Japan, so it wasn't even an actor. So that just goes to show how easy it is to be a Sentai hero. You don't even have to have an acting career, really. You just have to be good at like doing the poses and stuff, and you're good to go. You're good to go. Everything else is handled by the stunt crew. Well, see, Blue Sky is the spiritual successor to old Twitter in a lot of the negative ways. There's rampant child abuse material all over that website, and it is full of people who are calling for the deaths of Elon and Trump and so many other people that are part of the new administration coming in the U.S. So I wouldn't want to be on Blue Sky right now. That is a place where lots of bad things are happening. It's like what happened on Mastodon when these people who are very politically active and online a lot get together in a place. Bad things keep happening. So yeah, exactly. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Yeah, he did that, by the way, for Kai Cenat. Kai got the world record for views, and then he was doing a stream with the voice of the big fat guy there that orders the number 9 sandwich. And they called up CJ's actor, and he was in the middle of eating a burrito. And he's like, "Oh man, you made me do voices. I'm eating a burrito like a motherfucker right now." And I was like, "Oh, I love this. I love this so much." I gotta remember that. Like, "Oh, you want me to stream right now? I'm in a burrito like a motherfucker." I love it. But the Yeah, Big Smoke. That's right. Big Smoke was there, and he showed up and had a great time, and I love it. I love it. Oh, okay. Well, you're right. You know, these RPM helmets are going pretty cheap, so see if I can find Kai Cenat talks to CJ. Let's see. All right. I got it. I got to rewind it because I'm a good guy like that. So we'll, here you go. This is the scene I'm talking about right here. Okay. There you go. That was CJ saying the line. Oh, it didn't come through. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go back
41
and play
on
it
the
again.
cut, asking
I'm sorry.
42
I
for
forgot
the
I had
Beetleborgs
it
5
muted
grinder
because of the
costume.
auction.
There's
So
42.
hold on.
Now bid 44.
We'll go back and play it
42 is
again.
bid asking 44 next. Heritage Live, let's advance.
I heard
Bid
it. That's all
44,
that
now for
matters,
46.
okay? I heard
44
it.
is
Doesn't
bid
matter
asking
if you
44.
heard it or not.
Yo, bro, I appreciate you, bro, for real, bro.
I appreciate you back.
Can you say, oh, here we go again?
I didn't know y'all was finna call me. I'm eating a burrito like a mother.
You just say, oh, here we go again.
Oh, here we go again.
Yo, CJ, what's good, bro?
I'll play it again because I don't think you guys. Just make sure you guys heard it. All right, just gotta make sure. You know.
Can you say, oh, here we go again?
I didn't know y'all was finna call me. I'm eating a burrito like a mother.
You just say, oh,
I love that line.
Here we go again.
Oh, here we go again.
7404. Lot 445. 500. There's 550 and 6 is the bid. Now say
Now we're
650
back
for
over here.
Power Rangers RPM Group of 8. Assorted City Guard action weapons. 9.
They're all wood, by the way. All of these props right here, they're all made out of wood. That was one of the things that really blew my mind when I started looking at pictures that they took of these for the auction. I was like, you're kidding me. All these are made out of wood. And then I was like, oh yeah, what else would they be made out of? Metal? That would be really heavy to just hang around holding all day long. And it doesn't do anything. It doesn't shoot a projectile. All of it's CGI, and all the people have to do is create a fake recoil to like what they're supposed to do when it fires. And they just follow off-screen direction that they're supposed to do that motion when that happens. And yeah, that's how that worked out. But I was just so disappointed, I guess. I don't know why I thought it would be anything but wood, but it's wood. It's wood. I don't know why. Yeah, no, that's pretty great. I love that line. I mean, a burrito like a motherfucker right now. I love that. I gotta keep that line. I gotta love that. Let's buy that lot and rob a bank. That's right. That's right. These blasters came all the way from Corinth during the war with Venjix. You don't want to know what they can do to an organic, you know? That's going to be the future, though. You know it. We're just this close right now to people figuring out how to make movie prop guns real. Like, there's a few of them out there that are just modified pistols and stuff, but I'm talking like full-on tank shells shooting hip-mounted miniguns, right? That are shooting these tank rounds off your hip. We're only a few years off from those things actually being something you just make at your house. Unless you are Impact Props and he makes everything real. Yeah, well, you know, as real as it can get. Yeah. Yeah, plexiglass or plastic. I really don't know what I expected them to be made out of, Spencer. I really don't. I honestly, I was like, it makes sense that they're wood, but I'm just kind of disappointed that it's wood. Of course, this is one of the destroyed Robot Warrior suits right here. The grinders. Oh boy, that means something different these days now, doesn't it? In the early days of RPM, when these characters first showed up, a lot of people thought that these were forcibly converted humans. That inside of there was a human skull and human skeleton that had just simply been consumed by Venjix and spat out as a soldier. So, because again, Power Rangers RPM was pretty metal. They did not hold back. They were pretty metal. So yeah. Well, again, I doubt it manipulates gravity, but I'm sure if you get struck by that gravity hammer, you're going to feel a lot of gravity. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I doubt it manipulates gravity the way that the hammer did. But yeah, Spencer's here. And yeah, but the grinders were another one that was also another intimidating force in the RPM thing because they were much more difficult to eliminate than putties were. Putties had the punch here to win button. The grinders were presented like the Terminator soldiers in that they could soak quite a bit of like direct fire. In fact, I think that it was said by the Corinth military that only energy weapons worked against them because they were so well fortified against kinetic weapons. So like using bullets at any caliber against them didn't have much of an effect on these machines. They just keep soaking it and going, you know. As long as there was a piece of them to keep moving, it was. So it's a loaded shotgun and 8 feet tall, yeah. All metal. All right, I'll take it. But I don't, you know, it's one of those things, right, where we're only a little ways off from getting like, you know, video game firearms where like you can like Barrett's machine gun hand. We're only a few years off from that actually being like something you can just make in your backyard, you know? It's like I was talking to a group of costume fabricators that were having one of those x.com live voice session things you can go in and talk to. They were talking about like, oh, I want to get a hold of these suits. I want to get a hold of this. I can study it. Like whatever you're making as a costume designer in 2024 is vastly advanced to what they were making in 1995 in Japan. Okay, very, very different one. Very, very different decision with this one. Now this is interesting here. This is already up to 3,000.
Jaden Shiba, Red Samurai Ranger 1 Hero Costume and Action Accessories is 3,000. It's here. There's 31 on the cut. He says 32. Now take us to 34. It's 32. It's here in the room in Dallas Heritage Live. Come back in with 3,400 and let's advance. It's 32. There's 34. Now bid 36. 34 is the bid. He says 36. Now
36.
advance us to 38. 36 is the bid. It's against you, Heritage Live. Come back in and take us to 38 for Power Rangers Samurai. 38. Now bid 4,000.
I don't think it's going to make 5, Spencer. I don't think it's going to hit 5K.
42. It's 4,000. Now bid 42. 4 is the bid. It's against you, Heritage Live. Come back. Let's go 4,200 next. 42 and 44. Yes, now go 46. 44 is the bid. Heritage Live. Advance again. Let's go 46. It's 44. Bid that 46 next. For Alex Hartman as Jaden Shiba, Red Samurai Ranger 1 Hero Costume and Action Accessories. 4,400 is the bid. It's here. Unless I see 4,600 or that cut. Fair winning. And that's 4,400.
Yeah, it didn't even make 5,000.
Congratulations.
And that came with the sword,
Lot
by the way.
450.
That rotated with the mirror on the bottom.
18 for Power Rangers Samurai. It's 2,000 in the room. Let's go 22. Here we have the Red Samurai Ranger 1 and 2 Super Samurai Mega Mode Action Costumes and Accessories. It's 26 here. It's 28 in the room. 3,000 is the bid. He says 32. 3,000 is the bid. It's against you. He says 32. Yes, and there's 32 here in the room now, but 34. 32 asking 34 next. Heritage Live, come in and advance us to 34. 32 is the bid. It's here, Heritage Live. I need to hear from you to advance. They say 34. He says 36. Heritage Live, come back. Let's go 38. 3,600 is the bid, asking 38 next. For the Red Samurai Ranger 1 and 2 Super Samurai Mega Mode Action Costumes and Accessories. Advance us to 3,800. 3,600 is the bid. It's here, unless I see 38 or that cut.
I think that's probably it for it.
3,600. 102. Congratulations.
So, what's important about these Super Samurai mode is that so far cosplay companies are not producing these. It's not that they aren't like able to do it because your 3D printer you can produce this stuff, but there are not a lot of costume suits out there that have the Super Mega Mode armors, and so what you have instead with this is that as a collector, not only do you have a rare suit that you can't go onto eBay and get, right? You can't just hop over to Etsy and buy yourself a super mode Samurai Ranger outfit and armor. You now have also a piece of American-made tokusatsu. This is the other thing, is that the Shinkenger series did not feature a super mode that allowed for these armor plates to form on them. So this is a very exclusive piece because, again, like Neo Saban did fabricate quite a bit of the Megazord suits because for whatever reason they wanted their pilots to look like they were piloting a Megazord, even though the armor would be much more helpful outside of the Megazord. I'm not really sure why they're more heavily armored inside of the Megazord and less armored outside of it. You'd think the other way around would be the case, but I don't know, whatever. But that's what happens with a lot of these. So I expect that the super mega mode stuff probably won't be very expensive, but the collectors that get them will be, they'll be very valued because the Super Sentai doesn't have a counterpart to it. So they're very, very rare suits, and they don't exist out in the replica market, So there's the 8-foot tall halberd there that Shinken Red had. They were just so outmatched with samurai. Neo Saban had no idea. Had no idea what to do with samurai, and I still don't know why they chose it. They honestly could have gone back and done another previous season like they'd done before. They had no problem, maybe even waiting to the next year for that footage to finish, because that would have been an easier series to get along with. Because I think what was after Shinkenger. Series that came out. Ghost Ager, yeah. Ghost Ager, Mega Force would have been a much better foot to start off with. Even though Mega Force was absolute crap, it would have been a much better foot to start off with than Samurai because it's so Japanesey. There's no way around it, With the ninja one, because again, ninjas, for some reason, I think it's because America, for some reason, just decided ninjas were cool in the 80s. So like ninjas were all over America in the 80s. So that was okay. Not a lot of samurais in American cinema. A lot of samurai in Japanese media, a lot of American media that talks about samurai in Japan, shows samurai in Japan, not a lot of samurai in the US. And so it just didn't have anywhere to belong. Like, I'm still beside myself that a white kid named Jaden is a samurai lord in Southern California and one of his underlings is a black guy, and nobody was like, the black guy calling him Lord is a little much, maybe? Like, it's... I don't know. It was a different time, and Hayam Saban was, I don't know how closely tied to that one he was, but he was pretty close to it, so... Yeah, do you wear body armor to drive a car? It is pretty bizarre, isn't it? I don't know. It seems really strange that they chose that one of all the things, but of course these are a lot of just random weaponry that they have here, action accessories. Yeah, 1/10 of what they paid for the brand. It's not going to continue generating as much money as it did the other day because this is another one of those super modes right here. There it is. This is the Red Ranger Shark Attack Mega Shark mode. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. But yeah, this is another special suit made for the Megazord piloting function, and it won't go for very much. It's at 2,800 right now, and it's I don't know. It's definitely not going to make 5, but I think it's going to struggle to make 35. It's a shame because, again, this is American-made tokusatsu at this point. This is American-made assets, and they did try. I don't know how successful they were, but they did try. Yeah, the Turtles 3 was a bit of a mistake. I'm not sure what they were planning with that one, but again, because the samurai have a very, I don't know, ninjas, for some reason, are not viewed as, like, direct connected to Japanese government, military, but the samurai are. And because the ninja don't have a formal honor code that's popularized and the the samurai do, I think that's probably what creates the biggest barrier as opposed to like ninja. Okay, so the New York Police Department has a secret ninja corps that only the mayor has control over, and people go, okay, yeah, I believe that. But then when you tell him this, the mayor of New York has a secret samurai squad that only he is in control of, people go, nah, that's not gonna happen. And I don't understand why it's more believable to have ninja than samurai, but it kind of probably comes down to the fact that samurai just seem more formal than ninja, and for whatever reason, that makes them too difficult to translate to a universalist approach like a ninja, you know? Chris Farley was a ninja, you know? Like, come on. We obviously didn't make the bar that high. The samurai suit was earlier was beautiful, though. Yeah, and you'll see a few more of those mega modes come through here. Like the gold samurai mega mode is something that like an ancient daimyo would like piss himself in awe of. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like just lose all bodily functional control seeing the mega mode gold ranger. I mean, he literally has the kanji for light as his visor. Like any daimyo from that time would just be like, "Oh God, I gotta have it." You know? But yeah, the Beverly Hills Ninja. Yep, Chris Farley trying to walk on rice paper. Yep. He was a ninja. We didn't have a high bar. Go back in time wearing the Mega Mode red suit and instantly see them bow down and worship you as an actual... Exactly. I mean, even with plastic armor, you probably just would be able to soak some of that stuff. You know, some of the damage there that they would try to deal to the sword there. And because it's such an opulent looking suit compared to what they have back then, they obviously would be like, well, this guy was sent from space. This is a space samurai. We should obey him. You know? Like that's a great story on its own. Like a cosplayer, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Here's a good one. You could make this into an isekai manga right now. That time that I got isekai'd from a cosplay convention into the feudal era of Japan, where they thought I was a god because of my Power Ranger cosplay. And there you go. Take up the whole cover with that title. It'd be great. That one time I became a god to the ancient Japanese because of my Power Ranger cosplay. But you know, here again, here's that upper body piece. Or the Samurai Rangers, and you know this is for female Yellow Ranger, and it looks pretty good. They had their color suits on underneath the armor piece. That was different, and of course the helmets were more expressed in the kanji was more expressed off of the helmet, and so it drew more attention to the exaggerated proportions of the armor. Again, I don't know why you wear heavy armor inside of the Megazord as opposed to outside of it where you're actually taking hits on yourself. But, you know. No. See, that's the thing is again, we say that, but plastic is not it. Okay. When you go after plastic, it tends to have it doesn't stop bullets very well, but it has a less of a shattering factor, right? So while it would cut into the plastic, it would also gum it up and stop it from being retracted easily. So what it soak the damage, meaning that's thick enough plastic that the sword would get stuck in it. You know, and that's kind of what happens with plastic again, because it changes shape so much. So, and I'm not sure they'd even strike at you. That's the thing. If you and again, they're not like idiots, but when you show up wearing something that looks like that, what, 1,500 years ago now? Good luck. They're definitely going to see you as some type of deity. There's no way around that. Hell, if you went back to the cowboy times, they'd think you were some kind of deity dressed like that. There is a good isekai to see a black set. Yeah, that's right. The red Sentai hero. Sorry, I was reading the above thing here. There is a good isekai that sees the red samurai hero warped into a medieval world, and he brings all of his abilities and such with him, all the tropes too. Yeah, that's right. It's the isekai of the Red Ranger being put into that time, and I'm excited about that one. I hope that finds its way into the U.S. I think people would really resonate with that story, especially where it's mostly divorced from what the Power Ranger atmosphere is, and it very much leans into the Sentai apparatus of it. I feel sorry for you if you got sent back to feudal Japan in plastic. Well, again, like yeah, if you're walking around dressed as a Power Ranger, I don't think anyone would challenge you. I really don't. Um, I don't think they would though. I think because of what you are, no one would, especially if you're dressed like that. You got to understand the thing about it is that we think it's very silly now because we look back on that time and we go ha ha ha. But that kind of opulence was a symbol of divinity. Most lords, and in fact the people who were under the emperor, were seen as agents of divinity. And so you go showing up in something that looks like that, that's all shiny and exaggerated and with all these intricate grooves and details in it, which again, at the time was incredibly difficult to do. Yeah, especially in Japan, where like a lot of metal and metallurgy was kind of difficult because they didn't have a lot of metal. You know, you were digging into the side of the mountains, you weren't finding hunks of metal like you were in Europe. So walking around with metal all over what looks like metal all over your body and moving as though it's not metal is another thing that would terrify them. Think about walking around with that big bulky plastic, chest piece on, right? And you got a big bulky helmet and those big bulky forearm pieces, and you're waving around this 7-foot sword, just one arm over your head, and just whoosh, 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 and yeah, okay. They're not gonna touch you. They're gonna be like, whatever you need, we'll do it. You hate that guy, we'll kill him for you. Yeah, again, like let's say you did get challenged and you just remember some Power Ranger moves, the exaggerated movements of an average tokusatsu routine would have them thinking that you're again some type of outer space monster or god that should be feared. And it's especially in Japan, where like everybody and a brother, everything, every touchable thing became like a demon or a god or some agent that had its own independent sentience to it. So yeah, it's again, take the helmet off and there's a European underneath there. Holy, do you want to talk about like a big problem, right? You want to talk about the Black Knight in King Arthur's court? Yeah, you're definitely gonna have a problem when you take the helmet off, that's for sure. But up until that point, yeah, look at ancient Egypt, for example. It's the same idea. Just say if someone with wild hair up their ass decided to try something, sure, if they tried it, but I just don't know if they could. You got to understand, you know this, but like even now, the Japanese are very don't question authority sort of society. Again, they're not like people that wait for trouble to happen and tyranny to destroy them. Just social cohesion is much more important to them than it is here in the West. And so that's even way back in the day. That's even way back when that happened. And so it's an attitude of that time that opulence and presence made you. It's why so many people were able to fake being lords and ladies so easily. They just had to look like they were a lord and lady. They didn't have to prove anything. And that's the brilliance. That's a joke I'm going to tell forever now, that if you just showed up in the past with a Power Ranger costume on, people would probably worship you because you look like you're some kind of space god. So, I mean, I even if you went back to like the age of knights and kings and queens, the Renaissance, they would think you're some kind of holy warrior and whatnot. And if you said you didn't want to fight, they would think you're even more blessed. So that's a huge thing, Imagine if you go back with props that aren't like functional in the sense that they can create the show's effects, but they're functional in the sense that they do most of the things that needed CGI to be all glowy and scary and noisy, but they still moved around and did the crazy things physically that they did in the show, divorced of the CGI that made it all like glowy and explosive. You are some type of magic wizard warrior now, And especially if you have any common knowledge of just the area and history, then you seem like you're some all-knowing space god that's bringing the rainbow from heaven to earth, It's a very interesting idea to throw a Power Ranger into an isekai setting, and so I'm kind of interested to see how they handle it in the anime that's coming out. But It would be interesting here stateside to give it a whirl too. So yeah, it was a really weird one with Jaden being the Shogun. Like we couldn't find an Asian American to be the Lord of the Samurai Power Rangers. Really, we had to go with a guy that looked like Justin Bieber. I'm not trying to be racist or anything. I'm not trying to beat down on Whitey. I mean, look at me. You know, I'm not trying to beat down on Whitey. I'm just trying to explain, of all the opportunities, you know. But look at what happened in the past. Reason the feudal era was because the challenging and tried to poisoning each other. Correct. They fought each other because they lost fear and respect for their leaders. Nobunaga was only challenged because people lost respect for him. You're walking around in that kind of armor, and in that time, there's not a lot of people that are going to lose respect for you because you're wearing it. And if you say you're from space, who's gonna doubt you walking around wearing that? Who's gonna know otherwise? Who's gonna be like, "Nuh-uh, the moon is not made of cheese. You are lying." You know, who's gonna question that? Yeah, the Ronin Warriors actually had a much better execution of what like a tokusatsu samurai would look like. And I'm always interested as to why they never did a live action of that. Did they ever do a live action Ronin Warriors? Hold on. Ronin Warriors live action. Nope. There was never a live action adaptation of the Ronin Warriors. So, hey, if anybody's out there that wants to make a really cool live action movie that will blow the doors off of the MCU right now, hey man, an hour and a half of Ronin Warriors is where it's at, dude. An hour and a half of that. Yeah, right. Ronin Warriors. Like that was every day after school, dude. I was down for that. Absolutely. Ronin Warriors were the best. I absolutely love that show, especially the white tiger armor when that showed up. Yeah. One of the villains was a voice actor of Starscream, right? I think that's where that overlap comes from. Well, you know, that's the thing is that like last year Disney started cleaning out activists out of their MCU department. So I'm not exactly sure what that means for Disney as a whole, but Disney being the biggest driver in family entertainment doing that tells me, and of course now we also have ABC, which is another owned subsidiary of Disney. ABC coming out and saying that they are going to break up the void. It really is the void. The voice, the view. Geez, the view. They're going to break the view up and add in pro-Trump voices. So I don't know. I don't think that they would do that. Now they probably tried to make one of the Ronin warriors a woman. Probably Sage. Sage was the one that seemed like the most easy to change into a lady. But that's what they would do, is they would just try to gender swap one of them now. I think that would be like the most aggressive political change that they would make to the Ronin Warriors at this point. Because again, what we're seeing coming out right now for movies and stuff is before the ship was turned back around. A lot of this stuff was put on delay because of the strikes and COVID, the lockdowns. Excuse me. Pardon me, I don't mean to burp in your ear. It's just that time of day. I get indigestion talking about this stuff. But yeah, and so we're looking at that kind of stuff going forward, and the change in Hollywood's attitude. You can always follow it with Disney, and Disney has signaled that they're going to be doing less new programming and more sequels, which means they will not be experimenting with agendas that much, you know? Because these properties, as we've seen, are very difficult to insert an agenda into as they're already in motion. That's why they created the Acolyte and started introducing all of this modern audience stuff into it, because even in The Mandalorian, it was difficult to introduce a lot of modern audience stuff into it because the story of Mandalorians is already in motion. And so that's, you know, it's difficult to do it with a Jedi because the Jedi is in motion, that sort of thing. And so that's where Star Wars is. Same thing with the MCU. The story's in motion. And so it's difficult to insert these agendas in something that's in motion that doesn't have that built into it already. And that's why Phase Dive, Phase 5 of the MCU, Phase 4 too, really sucked, is because they tried to play catch up with the agenda stuff by stuffing it in everywhere they could. And guess what? It didn't work to spectacular effect, in fact. So, yeah. And that's, the tragedy of what happened with the MCU. And we're going to see it collapse. I think Captain America Brave New World will set the stage for Avengers Doomsday to be the last Avengers movie. I think they're going to step back from it, and they're going to, not like forever, ever, but I think they're going to step back from the superhero every year, every month thing, and they're going to start spreading this stuff out into every 2 years you get a superhero movie, and it's kind of loosely tied to the greater narrative, kind of not at the same time. And then the television shows will go back to being like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. level productions. So still pretty okay to look at, but they won't be full of agenda anymore. Because again, like we just heard the Democrat Party come out, they said they didn't want to be the party of freak shows anymore. So guess what? Guess what that means for Hollywood, where their major donors are, right? Where the people that make the gears run, that means that Hollywood's telling them that they don't want to play this game anymore. So, yeah, and they all failed, The Mandalorian Season 3 fell through the floor when they brought Mando and Grogu back together again. The people just were like, okay, so it's just babysitting in space, thanks. And I get it, it was very touching to have the Mando protecting the child in the first season. Very well done, don't get me wrong. But once it became like babysitting in space, that the Mando, was kind of, sort of treating Grogu like his son, but still wouldn't out and out address him as such, it was very annoying. And again, the movie probably won't do much to shore that up. The movie will probably push the boundaries even further with what their relationship is and maybe stratify them further over the Jedi thing again. Because they didn't know what to do with him. You made this big deal about this little baby Yoda, and then you're just going to dump him off with old Luke and forget about him. So now they've got to make a decision about what they're going to do with him, and meanwhile, Rey is the only salvageable character according to Disney insiders. That's right, Disney is the only character they have a future for in Star Wars. So after the Mando and Grogu movie, no more Mando and Grogu. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Again, it's this thing right here. It's this mess all over again. How do you take 5 people in rainbow-clad spandex that fight giant monsters and giant robots? How do you take that and drive it into the ground? That is an instant money producer. I have no idea. They've tried very hard to kill this. That's all I can say. Like Simon Bennett told us the reason why they didn't do Lupin Ranger versus Pato Ranger. You remember Thieves versus Cops over there in Japan. The masked thief and cops there. That motif. The reason why they didn't do that is because, they didn't want to show the police in a positive light. He's right there in a tweet saying it. So why did Power Rangers fail? Because nobody has any heart in it. You're right. It's a lack of talent and no love for the IP. There isn't a passion for Power Rangers in Hasbro. A couple of people designing the toys might be it, but that's it. They're not getting any special treatment. They're not going any further than that. And even then, they're having the kibosh put to it because Playmates is making Power Ranger toys now, and those are mostly geared for under 8-year-olds. So, under 8 years old. So, which again, why would those kids care about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? But they're just printing up the old Mighty Morphin stuff with slightly different toy designs in order to make them applicable to children, the younger kids than the usual 8 to 14. But that's it. That's over with, And I truthfully, I feel relieved that Power Rangers is over as far as we know it. I don't see it coming back in any fashion, really. Hasbro, again, not going to spend a lot of money on this property because it's making less than $50 million a year. Even Boom's little experiment with Power Rangers Prime, probably not going to transform into anything mainstream. It might make an action figure line because of the night suits that the MMPR Power Rangers are going to be wearing. It's obvious that they're going to be Mighty Morphin Knights, but the Boom is going to probably conclude this experiment inside of a year or so, and that'll be the end of it. I think what they're doing is they're just riding out the end of their license. I'm not sure. I don't think they renewed. I don't remember that story coming through. So I think that this is the end of their license, and they're just kind of getting what they can out of it because they're owned by Penguin Printing House now, or Pink, whatever it is. They're owned by the Penguin group, whatever the literature company that has a penguin is in their name. That those people own. Oh, what I was talking about. Boom. They own Boom Studios. And so that I looked over at the characters, so I forgot what I was talking about. So Boom Studios is owned by Penguin Publishing House, and that is that's it. That's it. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, you're talking about them making Power Ranger stuff? Yeah, no, they will. They don't have a choice. It's making less than $50 million a year, and Boom's not going to shift that. They had one chance with Shattered Grid, and they just had no balls. They had no balls, and so they decided we're not going to do it. We're not going to bother risking the moms of America disapproving of a murderous Power Ranger, and we're just going to do that. Now, do I think the Draken is a cool character? No. I think Draken is a Thanos-like character in that you can appreciate the villainy that he is doing because it is so devastating and terrifying. But as like a character, not that solid. It's just evil Tommy. It's that's it. He has his moments where he's being a nice guy, and then he kills Finster 5 because whatever. We're just gonna do that now. That because we forgot that Draken was evil, so we got to remind the audience that he's evil. So he's gonna kill his only ally for questioning him. But whatever. And so Draken's been an interesting character. They're trying to redeem him, but again, he's not a character I think it needs to be redeemed. He's a murderous Power Ranger. He should have been put out of his misery. But it's over with. Boom's not going to bring it back. They're not going to revive VR Troopers. This seems to be like a full experiment as to whether or not there's any interest in what can be salvaged from a really rebooted Power Rangers universe. So, yeah, Saint Seiya ripoffs. Yep. Yeah, Power Rangers getting effed up. Yep, you're right. But yeah, that's the Power Rangers Prime. So yeah, just share this tab right here. Let's look at it. So I mean it's not like a terrible rendition of what they're doing. Like the art style's not as goofy as some of the covers have made it look. But so here he is. That's the Knight Power Ranger I was talking about here. We'll get you that picture. So this appears to be what they're going to try and do over at Boom with the Power Ranger suits in a rebooted look. They'll be more armored up in more Knight-like in what they are in their aesthetic. Again, this is what I did with the Rescue Soldiers. I'm not saying that Power Rangers copied me. It just seems to be a logical train of thought that if you're going to be involved in battle, you probably better have armor as opposed to spandex. But it's just one of those things, they're late to the party, and I personally don't think that this is going to save them. It's not that the aesthetic is wrong. It's not that the attempt is wrong. In the end, the construct they've made is wrong. They've gone and Spider-Gwen'd the Power Ranger universe. In this setting, Lauren Sheba is the lone hero against the Eltaran security forces that have subjugated Earth under a totalitarian rule after liberating them from the Beast Gang or some type of giant monster gang that was destroying the planet. And so now the Eltarans go around eliminating the Power Rangers because the Power Rangers were the protectors of Earth. However, they weren't strong enough to ward off the giant monsters on their own. So they are a competitor with the Eltarans, who thus far have not directly revealed why they hate the Power Rangers, but they are pretty ferocious about denying the existence of the Power Rangers in this Prime setting. And I'm trying to find the panel that has it, but I'm not finding it. So, oh, no, here it is. Oh, it's going to be really crappy because it's a tiny one. Okay. So the crux of this entire series, okay, we're going to just zoom right on this, and it says, you're a refugee here, aren't you? Yes, I came here when I was 6. And do you remember what it was like for you? And so what this story is about the Eltarans, all the blue skin people, Zordon's people, if you will, have taken over Earth, subjugated humanity. The Aquatarans are here because they're refugees from a world from their world that was destroyed in some type of conflict as well. Most likely involving the Eltarans, because why not? They're evil. And the whole thing is colonizer, which is the Eltarans, versus refugee, which is the Aquatarans. So, yeah. So it doesn't matter what you do with the universe. It's always going to boil back down to, politics, modern day politics. So they're arguing what an immigrant is versus what a refugee is, what a colonizer is over here. So, big brain stuff. But what do you expect, right? What do you expect, like these characters and whatnot to have depth? No, we can't do that. They're just political rags. They're just meant to be able to be extensions of our fantasy to lecture to the world, because that's what Power Rangers needed, was more lecturing. Same as they did for the OG movie. Yeah, well, it feels off for some reason. Well, that's because it's off. The intent of it appears to be to once again erode a masculine hero. Zordon is a father figure in the comics. In no matter what iteration, it seems to be like you're dealing with the 1960s MMPR gang. They're the ones that apparently fought Ivan Ooze that they were spoken of in the movie. The previous team that fought Ivan Ooze or something like, I don't know what their purpose was, but they were the 60s. They were riding around in a VW bus around California. And apparently Zordon or some power endowed them with the MMPR powers. And he was still sort of a father figure in that setting. Then, of course, dealing with our guys, who's a father figure. And then as he was disembodied and traveling through various universes, communicating with other Power Rangers during Shattered Grid, again, a father figure all over again. And so it feels like now the attempt is to tear down that father figure atmosphere inside of Power Rangers, to deconstruct the inherent virtuous nature of the Eltarans, which have been classically portrayed as patriarchal. So here we are, overthinking Power Rangers, because why not? It's not like we can tell a story about 5 spandex-clad heroes fighting monsters from space in a giant robot, because who wants to see that? The release date for the comic tells that they have no faith in PR Prime. It's true. And this was mostly announced when Hasbro announced that they were doing, not Hasbro, when Heritage announced the auction. Almost within 18 hours, maybe 24 hours, Boom came out and explained, not us, we're not doing it, we're here, we're doing our thing, blah, 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 look for Power Rangers Prime. So, it's, until that point, you hadn't really heard much about Prime. There had been like that cover of the Dino Knight there going around, but not much else had been said about it up until that point. Okay. Tearing down the father figure, just like what they do with the Black community. Yeah, well, again, I don't know what their motivation is, but if they're influenced by Hasbro, who was caught with embracing critical race theory back in, I want to say like 16, 17, somewhere around there. If may have been 18. If they have been, oh no, it could have been 21. It's before James O'Keefe was ousted from Veritas, and they sat down with one of their, I think it was an HR guy or a legal guy, and he was explaining that like from stem to stern, tip to toe, head to toe, they were instituting CRT, the critical race theory. Now, if they're instituting critical race theory, that means that the rest of the left's agenda was also in play there. So, I don't know. The destruction of the nuclear family is probably part of Hasbro's mission statement. What about a Thrawn movie where they fight Blue Elon and his space grandmas? Yeah, that kind of happened, didn't it? Wasn't that the plot of oh no. Ahsoka. Wasn't that the plot of Ahsoka? Where Blue Elon, overweight Blue Elon showed up with his weird stabby force witch grandmas. And I guess Filoni's plan is, or something, or the goal of the witches, or something to the effect of force users who are male will no longer be able to command the force, and only females will be able to command the force. Now, I don't remember if that's the goal of a villain or what Filoni said in an interview was going to happen as Ahsoka's journey progressed. So, I don't know. I guess maybe they gather all the midichlorians in their uterus, maybe, and that's how it works. That they have like a midichlorian tank in their uterus, something like that. I don't know. So they can like go on long trips away from the midichlorian refuel station. I don't know how the Force works. Apparently, you can travel out of range of the Force, and that's what the story is going to revolve around. Is when they go to this new galaxy where Ezra's been. That only the women can use the Force there because the guys don't get 5 bars. I don't understand. If I roll my eyes any harder, I'm going to... Yeah, exactly. It's going to cause whiplash if you roll your eyes any harder, yeah. The hatred of Rey Skywalker came from EU fans wanting the big three to be EU accurate. Well, it's not so much to ask because, like, who is Rey? We still don't know. It's a clone of Palpatine. That makes no sense. How did she get away? That was never explained. It was just, she's a clone of Palpatine and grew up on Jakku because reasons. You know, I had a theory that Vader had created her out of his own grief after he finally discovered Plagueis's ability to create life. And just like before, a desert planet became the home of the child, despite that not being Vader's wish. You know, Vader's intent. So much like how Plagueis didn't have a baby with force powers planted in his lap doing this ritual, Vader didn't. And so this child, who was yet another Skywalker, grew up without a family and thus had so much ability and so much natural talent with the Force. And it answered a lot of questions. And then they're like, nope, Palpatine clone. Neener, neener, neener. And then you know, J.J. Abrams got on his broom and rode off into a dark storm cloud. That's pretty much how I remember it. So, yeah. And so, well, again, like, there's a way to explain all of that. Like how Luke is a descendant of the most powerful Jedi that ever walked the known rim, whatever the galaxy is there. You know, he's the most powerful Jedi Sith that ever was around. And that, you know, so it tracks that Luke has a natural ability with it, and he was able to pick it up. So that's why Rey should have that similar lineage, and thus it explains where she came from. It also brings them to the same conclusion they wanted with her being a Skywalker. But nope, she's a Palpatine clone, because that makes the most sense, because, you know, whatever, Palpatine was just cloning up all the time. He's got an easy big baby machine in the back. I don't know. They never really explained how Rey did that. How she was how she's all the Jedi too, by the way. How he managed to make that happen. You know, it's very silly. And that's what it is. You know, they yeah, well, Draken again. He was wiped out, but they brought him back again in the coinless universe where they had their own separate Power Ranger powers. And again, this was another experiment by Boom to test people's interest in not Power Rangers. So they didn't have like enclosed helmets, and they sort of had like magical girl armor more than they had Power Ranger armor. And so that was the coinless universe experimentation. And as always, that fell on its face because there's just too much girl boss power. And there's no point to the boys being there. It's not that the women shouldn't have power. It's that when they are so powerful that their male counterparts are utterly useless and in most cases get in the way of what's supposed to happen, what is the point? She's Rey Palpatine, not a Skywalker. Yeah, exactly. It's very confusing and it makes no sense. And it also fulfills Palpatine's goal of going on in the world, and that shouldn't be true. Anakin should get a chance at redemption through his daughter. Through Rey becoming the leader of the Jedi Temple, which Anakin could have. And in that one of those alternate stories, Vader was reformed and returned back to the light and became like a Grand Master, I think. I think that was one of the stories that in an alternate universe, he became a Grand Master of the Jedi Order or something like that. And, so again, I just don't understand why they didn't ground it to Vader. He's the most popular character in the franchise. So, like, why wouldn't you make her the daughter of Vader? He doesn't need to use his burnt off penis to make a baby. I don't understand where the problem is. It blows my mind. The Star Wars fans want Disney to follow the EU instead of don't feel so good them to a tax write-off. Well, yeah, the fake stuff that they made up there because for whatever reason the expanded universe was not good enough. I still have yet to figure out how the Legend series has been any better. The High Republic series the High Republic series talks about a rock being a Jedi. No, I'll show you that. They're selling the Power Ranger villain henchman suits. Nobody cares. The Jedi rock High Republic. Yeah. Yeah, he's a rock. This is a Jedi, right? Where is he? Yeah. So, okay, so not only... All right, so here we go. Let me just explain this a little bit more succinctly. And I have to do it on Reddit. Great. So here you go. In the Disney Legends universe, the High Republic, there not only is a sentient rock pilot, by the way, and he's an ace pilot, all right? A highly decorated ace pilot, and he's just a slab of rock. There's also a Jedi. Okay, he's also a Jedi rock. And what do we see in like Star Wars, Disney Star Wars is an example of how Jedis function. They lift rocks, so he's a rock that lifts rocks. Yo, dog, I heard you like lifting rocks, so we made a rock that lifts your rocks. Let's rock, bro. Yeah, it's great. It's going great. Everything's great. I hate this so much. I hate it so much, dude. Oh, look, they're back to selling the halberd again. So, yeah, The Rock is the most powerful Jedi ever and will become trans. Yeah, why not? Just take the old water pressure cannon there and use the water cutter to cut away all that nasty excess, unnecessary rock, But yeah. I don't even know what that would look like if they just put a crease at the bottom of the rock. I'm not sure what'll happen there, but yeah, you're right. It'll happen. Guaranteed. Yeah, make Eltar great again. Yeah, I'm waiting for that to come out of one of their mouths. I'm waiting for it. I know that these writers can't resist, so it'll happen eventually. They're turning Zordon into Jake Skywalker. I haven't heard that Zordon is in this comic yet. And when I look through the pages that are available online, I did not see Zordon anywhere, and he's not mentioned in it yet. So he could be a rebellious force that is helping the humans thrust off the oppressive Eltarans. Now, again, we found out before this reboot that Eltar was once governed by Lord Zed, and he was a good guy, and then Zordon betrayed him, and he ended up losing his flesh. That's real. That happened. They did that. So in the end, Zordon's a piece of shit. So that's probably what he's up to, and I guarantee you Lord Zed is his best guy because they didn't have that conflict, so you've got Zed and Zordon working to save the humans because they'll think that's so clever. Lord Zed, he's such a good guy now. He's so helpful. Yeah, Ignis Vader. Yep. Sakramita. The MMPR cast destroyed their legacy. Well, they didn't have any legacy per se. That's the other thing, you know. Power Rangers has notoriously been a career killer. You go on, you become a Power Rangers actor. You most of the time don't act again. Brandon McLaren is a special case. Amy Jo Johnson's a special case. Most of the Power Rangers actors just do not do anything again. Whatever it is, people just don't want to hire a Power Rangers actor. Even if you're just like a guy that's on the show just for a few episodes, or if you're a villain, if you know, especially if you're one of the heroes. For whatever reason, Hollywood views you as being inadequate. So it's been really difficult for a lot of these guys to have a career. So they don't really have a legacy per se, you know. They don't. I see some of them come out and endorse these far left ideologies and agendas and things like that, but most of them don't. It seems to be that the ones that Hayam Saban hired back in the days of Saban, right up until Wild Force, they were all sort of either Christian leaning or very responsible members of their society, their local communities to begin with. Like the original casting call was talking about like having like black belts and things like that respond to this, and you don't tend to go through black belt training and come out a bad person. You know, it's not that it makes you a good guy, but a regimented style life is little difficult to find psycho variations where you're screaming "why" in your car at the top of your lungs as another president is elected that you may not have wanted, right? And so, that was the attitude in originally. Like Johnny Young Bosch talked about how his dojo leader, his sensei, told him that he should apply to become the new Black Ranger. That casting was perfect for him, and that he didn't feel that he was up for it because he wasn't kid friendly. You know, Adam was like, I'm not that kid friendly. Oh, he isn't Adam. Johnny was like, I'm not that kid friendly. And what do you know? He tried out, instant, bang, right into the position. And he was perfect for it. Adam Park is still a celebrated hero, and he lasted all the way up to Turbo. But his acting career took him into voice acting, which, was born out of that Power Ranger experience, but didn't need his face. And that's usually what happens to these guys is they go on Power Rangers, and that's the end of their career. Comic portraying Rita as the good guy mentor. Sure, I don't doubt that at all, that Rita would be part of the resistance force fighting the Eltarans, or she's some type of martyr figure that gave up her life to destroy Eltar, which forced the Eltarans into space on this conquest, They could be like the Kryptonians, too, in that they're just in their expansive state because they have standardized their lives and become so bored with, terrestrial living that they've spread out to conquer the stars to do something with themselves. So, from the Man of Steel movie, the Kryptonians from the Man of Steel movie. The Force is female. Yeah, well, that lady wore that on her chest, Kathleen Kennedy wore that on her chest, and that means it's true, I guess. And I don't understand why we're still playing this. Anything you can do, I can do better. Anything you can do, I'm the best, or something like that. I don't know why we're still playing that. We're adults. It's not necessary to do that anymore, but here we are. Sorry to leave you hanging there for a second, but Yeah, a bit like the George Reeves Superman curse. Yeah, a bit like that. Cable obviously escaped it. Dean Cain did to a degree, but he only really went on to do a bunch of disaster movies for sci-fi, and they're pretty good, but it's still just a disaster movie. One of my favorite things growing up was Disaster Movie Sunday on Sci-Fi. My mother and I would sit and watch those things all day long. I don't know what it is about Dean Cain in a disaster movie, but he's like built for it. He's great in a disaster movie. You just believe that Dean Cain can save the day. I don't know. It doesn't matter what he's doing in that disaster movie. For whatever reason, you just trust that Dean Cain is going to get you through it. Plagueis the Wild stole this technique. Yeah, he was in a cave. He was just jacking off in a cave one day, and he was like, "Whoa, you can make babies like that? Whoa! No way! I gotta tell Sidious about this. He's never gonna believe this, bro. Sidious, guess what? You can make babies without another person. You see like a cursed moon or something, bro. This is so cool." Oh no, all the space lesbians are dead, bro. We didn't get the secret ingredient. Oh no. They died of not getting their way. Remember that? Remember that when when Master Soul just waggled his glow stick inside all that witch cloud, and then all the witches were like, "Oh no!" and they all died. That was funny. I laughed. Oh no, it wasn't that. It was when she got defeated out of the head of the bad lady. Excuse me, out of the Jedi, out of Trinity. That's right. When she got yeeted out of Trinity. So, well, guys, we have drifted down to about 5 people watching this, and as much as I'd like to keep it going, it seems like there's not much interest in the Power Rangers auction. So, we'll cover it on 01. We will talk about it over there and have a conversation about it there. And I appreciate you folks showing up today here to talk about it and to be present for it. But it just seems like the audience, the greater, bounding into comics audience, just isn't down for Power Rangers stuff. So you can catch me over on Society Reviews channel later tonight, though, at 8 p.m., at 9 p.m. rather, on his channel. We're going to talk about current events, the news. Probably some of this will come up as well with the Power Ranger auction coming to a close. And yeah, but this has nothing to do with you guys. You didn't fail anything like that. It just seems, like I said, people just don't care about Power Rangers anymore. They just don't. Doesn't bother them that the whole franchise is being sold off and it'll never exist the way that it did once before. So that just goes to show what damage has been done. Again, I appreciate your time today. I appreciate you coming out here and reminiscing about all this with me. But, folks just kind of over it. So we'll catch you in the next one, though. And as always, good luck out there.